Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Introductory. The Middle Ages and Their Characteristic Features. Part 1. By F. J. C. Hearnshaw. 1. Are the Middle Ages worth studying? The full answer to that question would involve answers to the larger questions. Is any history worth studying? Is anything worth studying? Is life worth living? This is not the place, however, to enter into a discussion of these vast themes. Something must be taken for granted. It must be assumed that existence has a meaning and a value, that education has a function and an end, that history of some sort or other has its part to play in the educational scheme. The question is thus narrowed down to the practical issue, whether or not the Middle Ages can claim attention as compared with other periods, ancient or modern. What is the test of worth in history? How can we determine our choice of time or topic? Lord Morley provides us with a useful criterion. "I do not," he says, "in the least want to know what happened in the past, except as it enables me to see my way more clearly through that which is happening today." That is a severe yet perfectly clear and rational test. The test of present utility. It is severe, for in its demand that history should pour direct illumination through the opaqueness of politics, it refuses to recognize as adequate several pleas for the study of history which have been urged or admitted by modern educationists. Even Professor Ray Lankester, no friend of history, concedes from the depths of his armchair that it is a legitimate form of amusement. Messrs. Langlois and Seignobos, while denying its political value, maintain its indirect worth as an instrument of intellectual culture. Principal Caird places its chief service in the sphere of ethics. Emerson treasures it metaphysically as an interpreter of microcosmic man. On all the grounds urged or admitted by these eminent men, it would be possible to make out a good cause for the study of the Middle Ages. Their records are intensely interesting and diverting. They are rich in thought-compelling problems. They are mirrors of conspicuous and unrelieved virtues and vices. They are radiant with macrocosmic illumination, but there is no need to take advantage of these pleas. Lord Morley's test may, with confidence, be applied in all its severity. The study of the Middle Ages can be defended on the strictly utilitarian ground that it is indispensable to the up-to-date man of affairs who wishes to see his way clearly through that which is happening today. It is not, of course, contended that a knowledge of the Middle Ages is nearly so important to the modern politician as is a knowledge of more recent times. The problems of the present have, for the most part, taken shape in the crowded and critical century that has succeeded the overthrow of Napoleon and the Vienna resettlement of Europe. A close acquaintance with the history of the period since 1815 is undoubtedly the most urgent need of the statesman who desires intelligently to serve his own generation and to further the interests of posterity. But the study of the history of the 19th century reveals the fact that no full comprehension of the questions which agitated that era is possible unless they be traced back to their sources in far earlier times. It was indeed in the Middle Ages that most of them had their rise. It was then that the modern national states were formed. It was then that the rivalries of French and Germans, Russians and Poles, Magyars and Southern Slavs began. It was then that religion became militant here on earth, and that the secular conflict between the Crescent and the Cross was inaugurated. It was then, in a word, that Western civilization as we know it came into existence. To those, therefore, who would penetrate beneath the surface of things, some study of the Middle Ages is essential. Yet we must keep our sense of proportion. If we depreciate undue disparagement of the Middle Ages, we must not make exaggerated claims on their behalf. We have to steer the sane and reasonable via media between the excessive contempt poured upon them by the radical modernist and the uncritical adulation with which they are idealized and idolized by the modern reactionary. Milton dismissed their conflicts with the sneer that they were battles of kites and crows. An 18th century rationalist boasted that he knew nothing of those ages, which knew nothing. Even the Dean of St. Paul's in his brilliant Romanes lecture on The Idea of Progress speaks of them as the longest and dreariest setback that humanity has ever experienced within the historical period, a veritable glacial age of the spirit. These utterances represent the extreme of depreciation. By those who adopt this attitude, the Middle Ages are commonly spoken of as the Dark Ages. On the other hand, and especially within the last few years, writers have arisen to whom the Middle Ages appear as the only ages of light. Such modern reactionaries carry appreciation to the extreme of romance. They injure the cause of history by their excessive claims and their irrational prejudices. 3 examples must suffice. They are called from the recent writings of Messrs. G. K. Chesterton, H. Belloc, and A. J. Penty. Mr. Chesterton, in 1917, wrote what he called A Short History of England. Reviewing it in The Observer with less than his usual felicity, Mr. Bernard Shaw commended it as something like a history of England. It deserved the qualified praise which Mr. Bernard Shaw gave to it, but it deserved it on quite other grounds than those which he assigned. It was, indeed, nothing like a history of England, but it was very much like Mr. Chesterton's other writings. To say that is praise enough, for few literary men of the present day are more marvellously skilled in standing, literarily, upon their head, and describing in inverted language the topsy-turvy scenes which they behold from this depression. Mr. Chesterton perceives in popular tradition the norm of historic truth, and he proclaims that it is especially in the matter of the Middle Ages that the popular histories trample upon the popular tradition. He then proceeds to revive the popular tradition of a medieval, merry England, free from Puritans, utilitarians, vegetarians, and teetotalers. What Mr. Chesterton, in his Short History, does for England, that Mr. Belloc does for Christendom as a whole in his Europe and the Faith. He treats the Reformation as a disaster, and speaks of everything that followed it as modern and therefore part of a decline. He idealizes the Middle Ages as a period of unmitigated orthodoxy and unpolluted beer. He burns with enthusiasm for the Roman tradition, both imperial and ecclesiastical, as it maintained its dominance throughout the 1,000 years which divided Justinian from Charles V. Mr. A. J. Penty, in his Guildsman Interpretation of History, does not share Mr. Belloc's passion for Rome. On the contrary, Roman law, of any detailed knowledge of which he is obviously entirely innocent, is his bête noire. To its reception in England he attributes the greater portion of the evils of modern capitalistic society. But he too, on an economic rather than religious grounds, exalts the Middle Ages. He sees them in the golden period of healthy agriculture, artistic industry, and equitable commerce, embodied in a society grouped naturally according to its productive activities. The truth about the Middle Ages lies somewhere midway between the gloomy deprecation of the modern rationalists and the fantastic over-glorification of the young idealists. The Middle Ages were not dark, but were illuminated by a light which enabled those who walked by it to attain heights of holiness rarely reached by men either before or since. They were not a mere episode in the history of the race, a breach in the continuity of classical civilization. They had strongly marked characteristics of their own, and they added elements of incalculable worth to the spiritual heritage of mankind. They were not even a setback or retrogression, if rightly viewed, for the Greco-Roman culture, which, for a time, they submerged, was far from perfect in its quality, and those who shared its advantages were few. When, after 1,000 years of partial obscuration, it re-emerged in the modern day, it came with a moral content which it had never before possessed, and it came, by means of printed page and popular university, to an immeasurably larger public than it had reached in the Old World. But if it be true that the Middle Ages were not dark, or fruitless, or unprogressive, it is also true, on the other hand, that they were far removed from the ideal. They were no golden epoch to which we should seek to return. They were centuries of extreme hardship, of chronic war, of devastating pestilence, of recurrent famine, of prevailing ignorance, of degrading superstition, of paralyzing terror, of furious passion and consuming lust. Only through the fires of fierce adversity and the waters of penitential discipline did they purge themselves of their more enormous faults, and prepare the world for the higher and more widespread civilization of the modern day. It is the purpose of these lectures, first, to give some account of the life and work of the Middle Ages, secondly, to estimate their permanent contribution to the culture and humanity of the present day, thirdly, to ask how far it is possible or desirable in these late complex times to revert to the simpler ideas and the more primitive institutions of our medieval progenitors. Can we, or should we, attempt in any measure to revive the patristic theology, rehabilitate the scholastic philosophy, restore Byzantine or Gothic art, return to medieval literary models, re-establish the communal ideals of monastic education, recover the rigid organization of feudal society, rebuild the shattered fragments of the guild system of industry, go behind the modern state with its monopoly of sovereignty, and try to revive the corporations which in the Middle Ages shared with the political authority the loyalty of the Christian man. To this course the present lecture is merely preliminary and prophetic. It aims at performing the function of the chorus in the Greek drama, viz., that of introducing the protagonists and indicating the scope of the play. In particular, it proposes, first, to define the Middle Ages, secondly, to specify the chief periods into which they naturally fall, and thirdly, to mark some of their characteristic features. 2. The term Middle Ages implies a threefold division of universal history into the sections 1. Ancient, 2. Medieval, 3. Modern. This division was first adopted in the 18th century, and it has persisted to the present time. Of late, however, it has been subjected to some severe criticism. Professor Freeman, for example, objected to it because it obscured what to him was the fundamental fact of history, viz., its unbroken continuity. Although he was a professor of modern history, he refused to be bound by restrictions in date. He treated as modern everything that had happened since the call of Abraham. His chief interests centered round the 11th century Norman conquest of England. The only things that he regarded as really ancient and obsolete were such things as the rule of the Turk in Europe, and the conservatism of Bishop Stubbs. Again, and still more recently, Mr. H.G. Wells, in his Outline of History, has discarded the threefold division because of its lack of proportion. Mr. Wells begins his study of mankind 600,000 years before the Christian era. Hence, to accept the traditional classification would be to construct a time chart divided into 3 sections in the ratio of 4 inches, modern, 10 inches, medieval, and 167 yards, ancient, which is absurd, and yet in practice Mr. Wells does not diverge from the normal so much as might have been expected. The story of the unrealizable eons of antiquity to the time of the Roman Empire occupies almost exactly 1/3 of his work. The second third carries us to the Reformation. The remaining aliquot part is devoted to the last 4 centuries. The disproportion in duration of time is nicely counterbalanced by the increase in the fullness of the records and the growth in interest and importance. The old division vindicates itself against the charge of irrationality. As against Professor Freeman's charge of schism, it can also make a good defense. For continuity is by no means the most conspicuous feature of history. The connection of one civilization with another is often obscure. It is a matter of faith rather than of sight. Belief in it is a deduction from the axioms of science, and not an induction from observed phenomena. The phenomena which strike the eye from time to time are apparent breaches of continuity, and of these breaches 2 are particularly prominent. The first of that which presents itself in the 5th century of the Christian era, when the Roman Empire in the West is submerged by barbarian invaders. The Europe of A.D. 550 is immeasurably different from the Europe of A.D. 450. The second is that which presents itself in the 15th century of the Christian era, and the great geographical discoveries of Vasco da Gama and Columbus open up new worlds to the wondering eyes of the West. The Europe of A.D. 1550 is a continent changed almost beyond recognition from the Europe of A.D. 1450. It would be a perverted view of history which, in its effort to discover the continuity which no doubt existed during these periods of rapid transition, ignored the cataclysmic changes which distinguished them or denied the entrance of new and decisive factors into the evolution of Western society. The period intervening between these two transitional eras is what we call the Middle Ages. It is the millennium from the 5th to the 15th century, from the fall of the Roman Empire in the West to the fall of the Roman Empire in the East, from the triumph of Christianity over classical paganism to the revolt of Protestantism against Catholic Christianity. It is the 1,000 years which saw the rise, the mighty reign, and the decline of the papal monarchy, which witnessed the dominance of feudalism and chivalry, whereby the cosmopolitan commonwealth of later Rome was transmuted into the new integration of the modern state system, which beheld, and indeed achieved, the education and evangelization of the barbarians, whose ignorant and demoniac hordes at first overwhelmed both Latin culture and the Catholic faith, which, finally, effected the fusion of Roman and Teuton into a single homogeneous society. No precise date, of course, marks either the beginning or the end of this medieval millennium. Both at the commencement and the termination of one age merged into the next, with the same imperceptible gradation as the seasons of the year pass each into its successor. Those who study the Middle Ages have to start their investigations long before the 5th century, in order that they may understand what was that world of pagan antiquity, which by some subtle alchemy was transformed into the world of the papal hierarchy. Similarly, they have to carry their researches far beyond the limit of the 15th century, in order that they may trace medieval institutions and ideas which persisted for many generations after the circumstances that engendered them had passed away, many of which, indeed, are extant still. For purposes of study, in fact, medieval history resolves itself into 3 periods. First, there is that of the transition from the ancient. This should be traced from, at least, the principle of Diocletian, and should be regarded as complete only in the pontificate of Gregory the Great. The years covered by this initial phase are thus roughly A.D. 300 to 600. Secondly, there are 7 centuries from Gregory the Great to Boniface the Eighth, the true heart of the Middle Ages, A.D. 600 to 1300. Finally, there is the period of transition from the medieval to the modern, which may be taken as falling within the 200 years, A.D. 1300 to 1500. Let us proceed to note a few of the characteristic features of each of these 3 in turn. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Introductory. The Middle Ages and Their Characteristic Features, Part 2, by F.J.C. Hernshaw. Gibbon, at the close of his great work, attributes the fall of the Roman Empire to the bishops and the barbarians. He had grounds for this attribution, but there was a third cause which he tends to underestimate, that is, internal decay. Those, indeed, who seek to explain the catastrophe which brought to ruin the noblest polity that up to that time the genius of man had constructed, have, first and foremost, to examine the fabric of the empire itself, and to discover the fatal flaws which existed in both its foundations and its framework. Having done this, they may follow Gibbon in noting how both the spirit of the Christian Church and its episcopal organization were incompatible with the polytheistic and autocratic empire of the Caesars, and in tracing the process of the Teutonic invasions which ultimately broke the defensive frontiers of the weakened Roman dominion and flooded the provinces with barbarian hordes. The Roman Empire developed from a city-state by a process of almost miraculous expansion. True, it was built up through conquest, and was constructed by means of the military efficiency, indomitable courage, and patriotic devotion of its incomparable legions. But no mere aptitude for war can account for its continuance, for the fact that it cemented the subject peoples into an organic polity, winning their allegiance and even their enthusiastic devotion, for the marvelous tranquillity which it gave to the Western world during a space of some 400 years, a tranquillity undisturbed by insurrection, almost unbroken by attack from without. The permanence of the Roman Empire, its most remarkable feature, was due not so much to its belligerent might as to its genius in the art of government. It evolved a superb and equitable system of law. It threw open the privileges of its citizenship to its multitudinous provincials. It allowed them a large measure of local autonomy. It established peace, maintained order, developed economic resources, and rendered possible a prosperity without precedent. Although shadows have to be inserted into the over-radiant picture of the age of the Antonines, as painted by Gibbon, it is still in the main true to say that if a man were called to fix the period in history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would without hesitation name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodius, that is, A.D. 96 to 180. But even in this golden age of Roman imperialism, grave defects in the constitution of the state and in the structure of society manifested themselves. In the next century, A.D. 180 to 284, of bad rulers, military insurrections, civil wars, popular disorders, plagues, pestilences, and famines, these defects became glaringly evident as radical and irredeemable flaws, fatal to the well-being and even to the continuance of the body politic. What were they? 6 may be singled out as most conspicuous. First, the empire included within its far-flung bounds peoples so various in race and in civilization that it was impossible to weld them into unity. In particular, Celt, Ivernian, Latin, Greek, Oriental, constituted 4 groups whose differences precluded complete fusion. Secondly, with a constitutional hypocrisy strange in a people so practical and so brave, the Romans refused to face the fact that the empire was not a republic. They persisted in regarding the emperor as a mere composite official, elected jointly and severally by the Senate. Caesar Augustus, Imperator, Consul, Censor, Tribune, Pontifex Maximus, and so forth and so on. And consequently, they made no rules for succession. Hence, with increasing frequency and in growing violence, the death of a princeps precipitated conflicts of factions, furious rivalries, internecine civil wars, horrible assassinations. Thirdly, the economic foundations of the Roman dominion were unsound. Nearly half the population were slaves. Productive industry was despised as servile. Taxation pressed with extinguishing severity upon the middle class. The cities were infested with a lazy proletariat, fed with doles. Agriculture languished on gigantic latifundia. Fourthly, economic unsoundness was matched by a growing moral depravity. The character of the Romans was not able to stand the strain of early prosperity and power. The austere virtues of the fathers of the state gave place in their degenerate descendants to pride, cruelty, extravagance, self-indulgence, and lust. A debilitated bureaucracy had to face the tremendous problems of a world in transition. Fifthly, ignorance of science, and especially of hygiene and medicine, rendered the Romans helpless in the presence of devastating pestilences, which made their permanent abodes in the fetid slums of the great cities, and issued thence, with increasing frequency, to ravage the empire. Hence the population diminished not merely relatively, as compared with the barbarians beyond the borders, but absolutely, with accelerating rapidity. The horrors of pestilential death, moreover, began to haunt the spirits of the survivors, and to oppress them with the sense of an adverse and inevitable fate. Finally, religious disintegration set in. The Romans lost faith in the gods on whose divine aid their fathers had trusted in building up the state, and whose worship formed an integral part of the structure of the constitution. In vain did Neoplatonic philosophers strive by rationalistic interpretations to bring the incredible within the limits of belief. The brains of paganism were out. It was in these circumstances of dissolution and decline that the Christian Church developed its doctrine and organization within the empire, and that the barbarians began to make their destructive raids across its frontiers. The one accelerated the religious disintegration of Rome, both by introducing a cult hostile to the civic gods, and by dissociating worship from politics and allying it with ethics. The other shattered the defenses of the empire, destroyed its administrative system, and brought its rotting social structure in ruins to the ground. A few words concerning each of the two must suffice. The Christian Church rose as heir to the Jewish tradition. Christ came as the Messiah promised to Israel. As developed by St. Paul, it claimed further to fulfill the aspirations of the Gentiles. It revealed the deity whom the heathen had ignorantly sought. The Roman Empire at first regarded the activities of the apostles and evangelists without disfavor or alarm. The Christians seemed harmless and innocent, even if eccentric and superstitious. The magistrates treated them indulgently and protected them from the inexplicable fury of the Jews. But a change of attitude on the part of the imperial authorities soon took place. They speedily discovered that the new religion was not so innocuous as it had first seemed to be. It was exclusive and intolerant, denunciatory of the other religions of the empire, unwilling to take its licensed place as a lowly member of the numerous company of cults, assertive of supremacy and monopoly. It was unpatriotic, showing no enthusiasm for the polity of Rome, withdrawing its votaries from the service of the state, forbidding them to offer symbolic incense at the shrine of the deified Caesar. It was antisocial, proclaiming the imminent end of the age, holding aloof from secular concerns, shunning theaters and games, shrinking from convivial intercourse, abstaining from commerce and marriage, devoting itself to the inauguration of a new order of things. It was dangerous, for its members formed themselves into churches under the authoritative control of bishops. Churches grouped themselves into archiepiscopal federations, and these again became associated and linked together under metropolitans and patriarchs. And thus the Christian community grew into an imperium in imperio, aloof from and antagonistic to the state. Hence arose the great persecutions, the effort of the state to suppress doctrines subversive of its genius, and to eradicate parasitic growth which threatened its very existence. The persecutions failed, and deserved to fail, for in the Church, and not in the empire, was life, and the promise of life. All the same, the triumph of the communion of saints over the might and majesty of imperial Rome was so remarkable an event that it remains one of the most absorbing of historical problems. The full explanation of the miracle lies, perhaps, in realms beyond the sphere of the historian. Yet even he, on his low plane of mundane sequences, can see 4 facts which go far to solve the mystery. First, Christianity was, as a faith, incomparably superior to its rivals, whether they were the old theologies of Rome or the newer and more popular Oriental cults. It satisfied the religious sense as none of them did, with its revelation of an incarnation, its proclamation of an atonement, its offer of redemption, and its promise of eternal life. Secondly, it provided a more rational explanation of man and the universe than did any of the current philosophies, rendering more intelligible the mystery of existence, sundering the veil of skepticism and despair. Thirdly, it set before the eyes of the world, sated with bestiality and blood, a new and lofty ethical ideal. The old gods were non-moral. The cults were often frankly immoral. Christianity came to raise a standard of exalted purity. It showed the ideal already realized in the life of the perfect man. And it possessed a power which enabled it to cleanse and transform the debasement of the vilest mortal into the same immaculate sanctity. Finally, the Church had in its organization its bishops and presbyters, its synods and councils, its missionaries and evangelists, its monks and anchorites, a social structure of such immense stability and strength that it was able to withstand the most violent shocks of all its foes. The most formidable of the long series of assaults made by the decadent empire upon the growing church was that made by Diocletian at the beginning of the 4th century. The completeness of its failure was, without question, one of the causes which led Diocletian's successor, the Emperor Constantine, to make peace with the invincible hierarchy and to recognize Christianity as a lawful religion, A.D. 313. Within 80 years, Christianity had secured the suppression of paganism and had established itself as the only lawful religion of the empire. The triumph of Christianity within the Roman Empire synchronized almost exactly with the breaking of the Roman frontiers by the barbarians. The Visigoths crossed the Danube in 375. The Vandals, Alans, and Sueves rushed the frozen Rhine on the first day of 406. Rome itself was sacked in 410. The 2 centuries which followed these cardinal events were centuries of rapid transition. The barbarians spread themselves over all the Roman provinces of the West, extinguishing the imperial power. Vandals in Africa, Visigoths in Spain, Ostrogoths and Lombards in Italy, Franks and Burgundians in Gaul, Angles and Saxons in Britain, such were some of the settlements which displaced the central administration of the Caesars. In the East, however, the Roman Empire continued to maintain itself, strong in the homogeneous populations, secure in the command of the sea, and impregnably seated in its new fortress capital at Constantinople. Meantime, the Church pursued its victorious career. In Byzantium and the Orient, it is true, although all the peoples became nominally Christian, the hierarchy remained subservient to the emperor, and the Church continued to be what Constantine made it, a department of the state. In the West, however, a very different condition of things developed. There the imperial authority passed away, and the sole heir to the tradition of Rome was the Catholic episcopate. To the bishop of the Eternal City in particular fell the work of perpetuating the rule of the vanished Caesars. He took their ancient title of Pontifex Maximus, and with more than their divine authority, assumed their task of bringing the lost provinces of the West once again into obedience to the scepter of Rome. He sent out missionary preachers and monastic embassies, and with these ghostly armies renewed the triumphs of the legions. One by one the barbarian chieftains who had settled in Gaul, Britain, Spain, Italy, were subdued to the obedience of the cross and brought beneath the sway of the papal monarchy. Greatest and most successful of all the early popes was Gregory I, 590 to 604. Through his agency, the Judish kingdom of Kent, the Visigothic kingdom of Spain, the Lombard kingdom of Italy, all were brought into communion with the Roman See. From Gregory I may be dated the establishment of the papal monarchy, and hence the beginning of the Middle Ages proper. Section 4. The 7 centuries of the Middle Ages proper extended, as we have already noted, From the pontificate of Gregory the Great to that of Boniface VIII, died 1303. Their outstanding characteristic throughout the wide extent of Christendom was the uncontested dominance of the Church. The strength of the Church, by means of which it was enabled without effort to retain its ascendancy, was its hold over the minds and consciences of the community at large. Orientals sated with sensuous cults, Greeks weary of the uncertainties of philosophy, Latins disillusioned by the collapse of their empire, Celtivernians eager to escape from the barbarities of their crude paganism, all sought and found in the sublime morality, the intelligible theology, the organic vitality, and the mild beneficence of Christianity the satisfaction of their deeper needs. They accepted the faith of the cross as expounded by their clergy as their guide not only in matters celestial, but also in matters appertaining to the brief probationary terms of earthly existence. It controlled their politics, regulated their industry and commerce, ordered their social relations, monopolized their education, inspired their literature and art. Heresies were almost unknown, and such as fitfully arose were easily suppressed. The older rivals to the orthodox faith, such as Arianism, had died down, and not till quite the end of this central medieval period did those formidable precursors of Protestantism, the heresies of the Albigensians and the Lollards, make their appearance. But although the Church was comparatively untroubled by heresy, she was rent by the most deplorable and irreparable of all her schisms, that is to say, the schism of East from West, of Greek Christianity from Latin Christianity. The process of the severance was slow. Not till 1054 was it completed, amid a tempest of mutual anathemas and excommunications. But it was a process which began early, and it was due to causes which were operative from the very first. There was a radical difference of genius between the Greek and the Latin. They were divided not only by language, but by a fundamental antagonism of ideas. The one was metaphysical, speculative, disputatious, aesthetic, ritualistic, emotional. The other was legal, practical, authoritarian, averse from controversy, ready for compromise, eager for conquest, zealous in missionary enterprise, masterly in organization and government. While, therefore, the patriarchs of Antioch and Alexandria, Constantinople and Jerusalem involved themselves in fratricidal conflicts with one another, and remained subservient to the imperial yoke, the Bishop of Rome, sole patriarch of the Occident, alien from their mutations and unrest, advanced by slow, undeviating steps toward the papal primacy. His was a see founded, it was believed, by Peter and confirmed by Paul, nurtured by the blood of the martyrs, preserved from error by an unbroken apostolic tradition. His the mother church of the converted barbarians, and he the heir of the sovereignty of the Western Caesars. The claims of the papacy were maintained, and the triumphant establishment of its monarchy hastened by the devoted labors of an army of monks, organized from the 6th century onward under the rule of Saint Benedict. By the 7th century, the dominion of the Bishop of Rome was as wide as that of the Emperor Honorius had been at the end of the 4th. Moreover, regions Caesar never knew, beyond the Danube and the Rhine, and across the Irish Sea, were being brought beneath the ghostly sway of Caesar's apostolic successor. The political superiority, which the Pope still recognized as vested in the Byzantine emperor, was becoming a mere empty suzerainty. The development of the dominant Christendom, in the East under the emperor, in the West under the Pope, was suddenly and disastrously interrupted in both Orient and Occident during the course of that 7th century by the unheralded assault of a new foe of the same order as Christendom itself, that is to say, a theocratic monarchy. Mahomet, or Muhammad, as he is now generally and more correctly called, lived during the years 570 to 632. During the last 10 of these years, he formulated his simple creed and organized the nomads of Arabia into the fanatical army of the faithful. Immediately after the death of the Prophet, Islam launched itself upon divided Christendom, overran and permanently annexed Syria, Egypt, and North Africa, conquered the bulk of Spain, and was checked only at Constantinople in 717 and on the field of Tours in Gaul in 732. Not until the end of the 8th century had the first energy of Islam spent itself. Not until the days when Harun al-Rashid ruled in Baghdad and Charlemagne in Aix-la-Chapelle was a balance of power achieved. In AD 800, however, something of stability seemed to have been recovered. The conquests of the Crescent had been completed, and the empire of the caliphs had begun to disintegrate. The Emirate of Cordova had repudiated the authority of Baghdad, so that Spain formed a separate Moslem state. On the other hand, the Franks, whose swords had saved Western Christendom at Tours, had established a hegemony over almost all the Catholic world, and their king, Charles the Great, or Charlemagne, had been called upon by the Pope to resume the title and power of Roman Emperor. The coronation of Charles as Caesar Augustus on Christmas Day, AD 800, involved on the part of the Pope the formal repudiation of his antique dependence upon the Byzantine ruler. Thus the schism of Christendom was deepened, and Charlemagne found himself, to his annoyance and regret, in conflict with his compeer at Constantinople. In these circumstances, political equilibrium was secured and peace maintained by a couple of unnatural alliances. The Byzantine Caesar fostered the revolt of the Emir of Cordova against the commander of the faithful, while Harun al-Rashid, on his part, sent friendly elephants to Charlemagne, entrusted him with the keys of the holy places in Jerusalem, and recognized him as protector of pious pilgrims. Almost the whole of the known world was, at the opening of the 9th century, divided into these 4 states, thus grouped into 2 alliances. In the Christian West, the only important power that lay outside was the English kingdom of Mercia, which had just then been brought into the height of its power by King Offa, died AD 796. The novel tranquility which the strong and wise rule of Charlemagne secured throughout his extensive empire seemed to promise a return to long-vanished conditions of material prosperity and intellectual advance. The restoration of the Pax Romana was a prelude to a remarkable renaissance of Latin culture. The Latin language recovered something of its pristine purity. Schools were founded, literary men were encouraged, the church was reformed, the law was humanized. It was possible for men to believe that the painful episodes of barbarian incursions and infidel onslaughts were over, and that the pacific sway of the Eternal City was about to be resumed under the joint authority of the Holy Father and his anointed emperor. But alas, the Carolingian dawn was premature. New bands of marauders, terrible in military might, ferocious in hostility to Christendom, untouched by any reverence for the name or civilization of Rome, were about to hurl themselves upon the devoted West. First, from their Scandinavian strongholds, came the Vikings to plunder and to slay. The great Charles himself, before he died in 814, had seen the sails of their warships off the Frisian coast, and had heard how their pagan hosts had ravaged the monasteries and bishoprics of northern England. Under his weaker successors, Louis the Pious and Charles the Fat, the Christian empire was devastated by them from end to end, and the reviving Latin culture ruthlessly stamped out. Secondly, and simultaneously, the Magyars, a Turanian people akin to the Huns, the Avars, the Bulgars, and the Turks, advanced up the Danube, planting themselves in Hungary and reaching as far as Italy and Burgundy in their raids. Thirdly, Saracen pirates, released from restraint by the breakup of the Caliphate, wasted all the coasts of the Mediterranean, Finally, the Slavs from beyond the Oder and Vistula crept westward toward the Elbe and the Rhine, penetrating and percolating wherever they found Teutonic resistance weak. If any part of the Middle Ages deserves the name of dark, it is the 2 centuries, AD 800 to 1000, which intervened between the coronation of Charlemagne and the conversion of the Magyar king, Stephen. During the longer portion of that distressful period, central government entirely collapsed. The forces of Christendom were disintegrated, and there was none to whom an abbey plundered or a town besieged could look for protection or redress. Each locality was driven to organize its own defense or to prepare for perdition. In these circumstances of dire necessity, feudalism, which was primarily a military system, sprang up spontaneously, and by its efficiency achieved the salvation of Europe. Its strength lay in its walled castles and its panoplied knights. The massive fortifications of the one provided islands of secure refuge amid the floods of invasion. The serried hosts of the other, after a terrific struggle, put a term to the tide of pagan depredation. By the millennial year of the Christian era, the horror of darkness was past. Feudalism had done its great work. The Northmen had become civilized members of the Christian community. The Magyars had made their submission to the papacy. The Saracen pirates were being met and checked on their own element. The encroachments of the Slavs were effectually prevented by a barrier of military marks. Thus the 11th century opened with a brightness and a hopefulness unknown for many generations. The 300 years, AD 1000 to 1300, were undoubtedly the culmination and crown of the Middle Ages. It was in this period that the papal monarchy, under Gregory VII, 1073 to 1085, and Innocent III, 1198 to 1216, reached the height of its magnificence and power. Under the suzerainty of the papacy, Western Europe was obviously and consciously a unit. Its episcopate, its monastic orders, its chivalry, its schools and its new universities, its Latin literature and its canon law, all were cosmopolitan, and all took their tone from Rome. The great enterprise of the period, that is to say, the Crusades, was also a cosmopolitan adventure. The effort of Christendom as a whole to defeat Islam with its own weapons of sword and flame, the attempt to recover for the cross the regions too long usurped by the Crescent, and to restore to the service of the Church the Holy Land where Christ had lived and taught. This strange enterprise, which evoked the wildest enthusiasm throughout the still half-barbaric West, was accompanied by many other symptoms of reviving vitality, rising spirit, and renewed activity. New monastic orders, Cluniac, Cistercian, Carthusian, requickened the flagging zeal of the ancient Benedictine rule. Communities of still more novel kind, orders of friars, Franciscan, Dominican, Carmelite, carried the beneficence or the orthodoxy of the Church among the outcast and the lost. The imagination of the faithful awoke. The dream of Gothic architecture stirred their souls, and Europe put on her glorious white robe of cathedral and abbey churches. The climax of this great epoch of medieval splendor was reached when the princely Innocent III called the Lateran Council in 1215. It was attended by 500 bishops and by 800 abbots and priors. During the session of less than 3 weeks, with high enthusiasm and striking unanimity, it passed 70 decrees or canons, many of them of first importance for the comfort of the Church and the welfare of the world. The century which opened with the pontificate of Innocent III saw before its close that mirror of medieval kingship, the reign of St. Louis of France. It saw also the mighty labors of St. Thomas Aquinas, who raised in his marvelous Summa the flawless temple of medieval thought. It saw, too, as it ended, the incomparable Dante pondering those themes, sublime and profound, which make his Divine Comedy the most perfect of all embodiments of the spirit of the Middle Ages at its best. But contemporary with Dante, was Pope Boniface VIII, under whom the papal monarchy reached at once the summit of its pretension and the depth of its degradation. At the splendid Jubilee of 1300, when the devout of all Christendom flocked in their myriads to the shrines of the apostles, the haughty pontiff seemed to touch a height of power such as Innocent III had never reached. But by that time the foundations of the pontifical autocracy had been undermined, and only 3 years later, when the hosts of pious pilgrims had dispersed, and the Pope was left lonely among his enemies at Anagni, the authority which had controlled the Middle Ages was defied and overthrown. End of Section 2. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 3 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Introductory, The Middle Ages and Their Characteristic Features, Part 3 by F.J.C. Hernshaw. 5. The dramatic humiliation of Pope Boniface VIII at Anagni in 1303 by the agents of Philip IV of France was merely a striking manifestation to the world of the fact that for a long time forces antagonistic to medieval Christendom had been sapping the bases of the papal monarchy. The 13th century had been full of presages of change. The papacy itself had become involved in mortal conflict with its creature, the Holy Roman Empire, and in the course of the struggle had prostituted its spiritual powers to the basest ends of secular ascendancy. The unity of Christendom, shattered by the suicidal schism, had been further rent by the growth of national particularism in England, Scotland, France, Spain, Germany, and Italy. The form of the modern state system had started to shape itself in embryo. A new intellectual ferment had begun to portend the close of the ages of faith. A new social unrest had commenced to threaten the existence of the feudal order. In the 14th century, the new influence became dominant, and from the fall of Boniface VIII we may date the definite transition from medieval to modern times. What were the causes of this subtle but irresistible change? They were many and various, but the following stand out as eminent. First, the Crusades had brought the semi-barbarians of the West into contact with the more highly cultivated denizens of the East. The rude knights of chivalry had found, to their amazement, that the infidels against whom they were launched were not only soldiers equal to themselves in valor, but were also men of a culture far superior to their own. Fanatical hostility had given place to respect and even friendship, and not a few crusaders had accepted Islam as a purer faith than the debased Catholicism of their day. A new tolerance, a new skepticism, a new eclecticism had resulted from this intermingling of East and West. The leader of the Sixth Crusade is credited, or debited, with the remark that Moses, Christ, and Mahomet were all equally impostors. Secondly, as a result of the Crusades and of the establishment of the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, commerce between Asia and Europe was immensely developed. New trade routes were opened up. Christian seamen secured the command of the Mediterranean. In Italy, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and England, towns and cities rose in importance, and a wealthy merchant class began to challenge the monopolies of nobles and of priests. Thirdly, by way of Syria, Egypt, Sicily, and Spain, the learning of the Arabs, mainly the treasured remnants of the heritage of classical antiquity, began to reach the scholars of the Christian West. Mathematics, astronomy, physics, chemistry, logic, philosophy, medicine, all were infused with a new vitality as the speculations and discoveries of ancient Hellenic sages and recent Arabian savants came to be known, in particular the recovery of the lost works of Aristotle, with the commentaries thereon of Avicenna and Averroes. marked the opening of a new era in European thought. It was from the fusion of Aristotelian philosophy with Augustinian theology that scholasticism, the supreme achievement of the medieval mind, was developed. Scholasticism, at any rate in its dominant Thomistic form, was orthodox enough, but the mental gymnastics and moral contortions which it encouraged undoubtedly trained the nascent intellect of Christendom for its approaching revolt against ecclesiastical authority. Last of all came the general classical revival, due in part to the migration of Greek scholars from the doomed Byzantine Empire. There was not, of course, as used to be supposed, any sudden stampede or descent of parchment-lading literati consequent upon the fall of Constantinople in 1453. The movement, indeed, was terminating rather than beginning in the middle of the 15th century. For more than 3 generations it had been in process, as the Ottoman Turks forced their relentless path toward the coveted capital. By way of southern Italy, where Greek was still a spoken language, the ancient culture had penetrated the medieval world, bringing back the pagan spirit and the Hellenistic view of life. But the classical revival was only in part Byzantine in origin. It was primarily a spontaneous uprising of the secular genius of the West itself. So early as the Council of Constance, 1415, the diligent search for antique manuscripts had begun, and the monastic libraries of Europe were being ransacked, with amazing results, by scholars eager to recover the forgotten treasures of pre-Christian Rome. The advent of the modern spirit, secular, rationalistic, individual, adventurous, curious, anti-clerical, and often anti-Christian, was marked by a change of attitude toward the universe and man. No longer was nature regarded as inherently evil, or the descendants of Eve as essentially corrupt. No more were asceticism, self-abnegation, penance, withdrawal from the world, mortifications of the flesh, conflict with the devil, felt to the ways of sanity and sanctity. The monasteries began to languish for lack of inmates. The study of scholastic philosophy and theology declined as the youth of Europe turned their awakened minds to the reading of romances, the writing of lyrics, the pursuit of science. The recovery of the geographies of Aristophanes and Ptolemy. The invention of printing, which placed knowledge within the reach of the growing laity of the middle class, improvements in shipping and in the instruments of navigation, opened the way for Vasco da Gama and Columbus to make their adventurous voyages. New oceans and unsuspected continents were brought within the ken of wondering Christendom, and the cosmography of the medieval church was shown to be false and even absurd. Soon the astronomical revelations of Copernicus demonstrated the fact that the Ptolemaic conception of the universe, dominant throughout the Middle Ages, was hopelessly wrong, and that the earth, so far from being the center of all things, was but an insignificant planet revolving round a minor star. The reduction of man to stellar insignificance, and the discovery of the infinite abysses of space, exploded all the axioms and postulates of medieval thought, and shook the very foundations of the established theology. Unnumbered and enormous heresies began to display themselves throughout Christendom. For the first time in her long history, the Catholic Church, weakened by the Babylonish captivity of the papacy, torn by the Great Schism, paralyzed by corruptions which the conciliar movement was powerless to reform, bewildered by the rationalism of the Renaissance, was unable to meet them and stamp them out. In vain did new orders of preachers restate and defend Catholic dogma. In vain did the Papal Inquisition organize itself to burn the pollution out. In vain did crusades and dragonnades endeavor to drown in blood the monstrous brood of devilish fantasies which haunted the souls of the sectaries. All that denunciation, inquisition, and massacre accomplished was to inflame dissent from the Church into a passion of implacable hatred, and to obliterate the memory of a millennium of beneficence in the more recent recollection of bloody persecution. The way for the new schism of the Protestant Reformation was made straight. 6. The Renaissance, with its new representation of life, and the Reformation, with its irremediable disruption of Catholic Christendom, marked the end of the Middle Ages in Western Europe. The 1,000 years thus terminated had displayed many notable features. They had been dominated by religion. The powers of the world to come had been supreme. God and the devil, angels and demons, the saved and the damned, had been more real and potent than persons visible to the mortal eye. The epoch had been characterized by an extreme credulity which no miracle could shock, and no marvel of magic shake. No idea of any order in nature, or any conception of the sequence of cause and effect, awoke a scientific skepticism in the medieval mind, or led the faithful to doubt the efficacy of relics and rituals. Movements of all sorts had been slow, stability great. Pain, peril, and death had been constant companions. Life had, as a rule, been hard and short. Yet, in spite of all, the Middle Ages had had elements of singular charm, irresistible fascination, incontestable greatness. In particular, they had been eminent for their corporate consciousness, for their sense of community, for the way in which their representative men, the builders of their cathedrals, the formulators of their creeds, the framers of their ideals, had been content to remain anonymous, sinking their individuality in the general life. Christendom had been a reality, and among its members the greatest realists had been those who proclaimed it, with all its imperfections, as the ideal city of God. It was necessary and inevitable that the Middle Ages should pass away. They were a time of tutelage, and the growing intellect of Europe could no longer remain subject to authorities whose spirit was alien from the genius of the modern world. But although they passed away, they had not been vain or fruitless. On the contrary, they had been rich and full, and they left a priceless heritage to succeeding ages. If we are asked what their main contributions were, perhaps we may answer, in religion, the truth that the things of the spirit are of supreme importance; in philosophy, that there is an infinite disparity between appearance and reality, between the substance and its accidents; that the ideal is the real, and that the perfect is the true; in science, that phenomena are but manifestations of occult powers; in art, that the supreme forms of beauty are those that reveal purity, truth, and limitless aspiration; in literature, that the language of the people is the proper vehicle for thought and emotion; in education, that the true aim of all training is to fit a man, not to earn his own living, but to serve his fellows and to worship his Maker; in society, that all men are equal in the sight of the Highest, and that the humblest creature has an infinite worth; in economics, that work is a source of dignity and not of degradation, and that justice should determine wages, prices, and all the industrial relations of man to man; in politics, that all tribes and nations are members of a greater community, that the source of every valid human authority is divine, and that power is a trust for which a solemn account will one day have to be rendered before the judgment seat of God. These are contributions to modern civilization by no means negligible in value, and most of them are purely medieval, free from all admixture of elements drawn from the civilization of pagan antiquity. It will be the task of the remaining lectures of this course to expand this theme, and to trace the streams of influence one by one. I hope, however, that even this superficial introductory sketch has made clear the truth that the Middle Ages, with all their barbarism and crudity, were not a mere hiatus in the progress of Western civilization, but an integral and essential part of the evolution of the modern world. F. J. C. Hearnshaw. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. The Religious Contribution of the Middle Ages, Part 1 by Reverend Claude Jenkins. Horace Walpole quotes a story of a Florentine ambassador in the time of the Commonwealth who wrote to his court, "Some say the protector is dead, others say he is not. For my part, I believe neither the one nor t'other. It is at least tempting to apply the mot by substituting for the body of the Lord protected the spirit of the Middle Ages, and certainly in regard to the formative influences of our later age, the historical student may well tread warily, where masters disagree. From Freeman we learned that, in our own history above all, every step in advance has been at the same time a step backward. It has often been shown how our latest constitution is, amidst all external differences, essentially the same as our earliest, how every struggle for right and freedom from the 13th century onwards has simply been a struggle for recovering something old. Looking from a different angle, Lord Acton tells us that the modern age did not proceed from the medieval by normal succession, with outward tokens of legitimate descent. Unheralded, it founded a new order of things under a law of innovation, sapping the ancient reign of continuity. It was an awakening of new life. The world revolved in a different orbit, determined by influences unknown before. Yet he also adds the saving caution that we can found no philosophy on the observation of 400 years, excluding 3,000. These considerations may serve for warning or encouragement, according to the temper of the student as he turns to the subject of the religious contribution of the Middle Ages to our modern civilization, whatever that somewhat elusive expression may be interpreted to mean. Peculiar difficulties attach to any estimate at a time when theories of civilization are under revision, and when the bases of religious beliefs and practices, no thus than of political institutions, have had to submit to the shock of a great war, and are still being tried by the hot spirit drawn out of the alembic of hell, in a sense far more terrible than any conceived of by Edmund Burke. An investigation that is to be fruitful must at any rate in intention be fair, but in the study alike of theological and political development, and of morals and opinions, nearly every step has been attended in the past, oftentimes by misconception, not infrequently by prejudice. In our own day, to say of anyone that he has a medieval mind will seldom be the language of courtesy, still less of admiration, and we have need rather forcibly to remind ourselves that a declaration of war against ecclesiastical obscurantism is not even in the modern publicist an irrefragable evidence of the attainment of sweetness and light. It is said that one of the maxims which Lord Acton impressed upon his pupils at the first opportunity is that history is the true demonstration of religion. And Lord Bryce, in a notable passage, has given us a striking illustration from Acton himself. He spoke for 6 or 7 minutes only, but he spoke like a man inspired, seeming as if from some mountain summit high in the air he saw beneath him the far-winding path of human progress, from dim Sumerian shores of prehistoric shadow into the fully yet broken and fitful light of the modern time. The eloquence was splendid, but greater than the eloquence was the penetrating vision, which discerned through all the events and in all ages the play of those moral forces, now creating, now destroying, always transmuting, which had molded and remolded institutions and had given to the human spirit its ceaselessly changing forms of energy. It was as if the whole landscape of history had been suddenly lit up by a burst of sunlight. There are lights and shadows in the picture of the Middle Ages as of other times. If we turn to a general European history like that of Lévis and Rimbaud, we shall see in its main division some of the reasons, though not all. The first volume outlines 8 centuries from the 4th to the 11th and is called Origins. The second deals with the century and 3/4, 1095 to 1270, under the title Feudal Europe. The Crusades, the triptych or trilogy, is completed by a volume carrying the narrative to 1492 and styled The Formation of Great States. The next installment covers less than 70 years, 1492 to 1559, of Renaissance and Reform, while the fifth, from 1559 to 1648, is a melancholy if inevitable sequel of the Reformation, the Wars of Religion. It is a far cry from the Edict of Milan 313, or the capture of Rome by Alaric 410, to the Reformation or to the Peace of Westphalia 1648, and much may be expected to have happened in 12th and 13th centuries. But the point which suggests itself to our notice is the interpenetration of the ecclesiastical and secular policies, the apparent leavening of the church by the world. Yet at the outset of our inquiry, a caution is necessary. There are no watertight compartments in history, however readily we allow ourselves to abstract epochs for convenience and dignify them by the title of special periods. We are accustomed to speak of the Dark Ages, the ages of faith, sometimes of an age of reason. The wise student verifies the contents of his parcel of records as well as the label. It has been, and in some quarters it still is, as common as it is false to represent the life of the Christian society as that of an ideal family within, though sorely tried from without, down to the time of the Edict of Milan, and to attribute to the 4th century, with the beginnings of secular associations and patronage, the cause of all later troubles. But the conflict of reconciliation of what may be called the two loyalties begins in Galilee and Judea, not in Greece or Italy, in the 1st century, not in any later age. The separation of the church from the world, says Archbishop Trench, exists as much for the world's sake as for the church's own. That so there may be for the world a city of refuge, an abiding witness in the midst of it for a higher life than its own, which life, higher though it may yet be the portion, and on the simplest terms, of everyone who will claim his share in it. In one sense, the observation is a platitude, somewhat unhistorically expressed. In another, and that in which it is most likely to be interpreted, it is profoundly misleading, a relic of the Old Testament rather than of the New. The prayer of the Master for his disciples is not that they should be taken out of the world, but that they should be kept from the evil one. They are to be sheep, it may be, in the midst of wolves, but also in a changed figure, to be the salt of the earth, the leaven working secretly in the lump. They are to render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's, to fulfill all righteousness, to emulate the humility of the publican, the charity of the good Samaritans of the world, not to imitate the self-satisfied Pharisees, or even the priests and Levites of the temple of the Most High. And if the student be tempted, as he will be, to attribute the decay of Christian ideals to association with the state, he will do well to reflect that there are warnings against the corruptions of the world in the pages of New Testament writers, at a time when certainly the infant church cannot be accused either of assimilation to the state or of association with it. You may see the same false antithesis when you are told that the sieges and battles and sufferings of the Crusades do not properly find a place in a church history at all, as though the church were concerned only with men's ends, while the means to attain them and the secular activities amid which they are pursued remained outside its purview. No doubt a series of dark pictures can be drawn in relation to manners and morals from Jerome's description of the scented, bejeweled exquisite among the younger Roman ecclesiastics of the 4th century, to the priest of Strasbourg, carousing in taverns, circa 1299 to 1306, with their long hair and gold lace coats, their swords and their boots of red, yellow, and green, from the rhetorical invectives of Salvian of Marseille against social standards in the 5th century, to the record of visitations like that of Cardinal Morton of the Abbey of St. Albans in the 15th. We can paint, if we wish, in darker colors, still scenes from the history of the Crusades, of persecutions like that of the Albigenses, or the like. We may summarize them as Rank does in the first chapter of his History of the Popes, finding the strange combinations of piety and cruelty, eloquently illustrative of those times and of that political religious government. For those to whom religion is an intractable element, absurd in the calculation by which they seek to resolve human history into its component parts, the tantum religio potuit, suadere malorum of Lucretius may seem to find at length an appropriate conclusion in Escrasis la Flamme. It is, of course, no answer to inquire whether the crimes committed in the names of liberty be not greater than those perpetrated under the sanctions of religion, since unless we adopt a purely naturalistic standpoint, the latter would, in any case, be more heinous. A writer who will not be suspected of clericalism observes in regard to a later period that it became painfully clear how great a mistake it was to suppose the clergy tainted with some special curse of cruelty. Then, as usually, for good or for evil, they were on about the same moral level with an immense number of laymen, and were not much more than the incarnation of the average darkness of the hour. The historian's function is not to extenuate facts, but to endeavor to state them truly, and few it is, to be hoped, will derive much comfort from Lord Morley's apologia for the clergy of 18th century France. But truthfulness of statement depends on an effort to include all relevant factors and to display them in a just proportion. There is an element of truth in all these transcripts from life, but they are not the whole story, nor from every part of the field. The treasure is in earthen vessels, but there is a treasure to be found nonetheless by those who neither choose by the view, nor turn aside after husks and garbage. It is a commonplace of political philosophers that the root conception of medieval theory is the organic unity of all mankind. But further, this organic unity has a spiritual basis, since all mankind derives its origin from a single creator, owes obedience to a single ruler, God himself. As the course of the Middle Ages proceeds, you may see the working of other conceptions, as for example when the formula for the manumission of a bondsman by Robert Maskell, the Carmelite Bishop of Hereford, 1404-16, opens with the words, "Whereas from the beginning nature created all men freely or free, and afterwards the law of nations, ius gentium, subjected some of them to the yoke of servitude. We therefore judged that it would be a pious act and one deservedly to be rewarded by God, to restore some of those whose deserts require it, to their pristine liberty. But the fundamental idea is unchanged, and in consequence, as it has been said, Christendom, which in destiny is identical with mankind, is set before us as a single universal community, founded and governed by God himself. But in the realm of human affairs, God governs by human instruments, and the relation of these instruments to God and to one another and to the rest of mankind was one of the supreme problems for medieval thinkers. As will be evident, it was a religious problem as well as a political one. Its solution was of almost immeasurable practical importance, and if we approach it with some greater measure of hopefulness, but we have not as yet fully solved it, that is because we have the experience of the Middle Ages behind us, is the relation of the spiritual and the temporal, the ecclesiastical and the secular powers, to be one of coordination, or is the one to be subordinate to the other, and if so, which is higher, which lower, and upon what grounds is the solution adopted to be defended? Let us look at the situation in the East as well as in the West. It is from many points of view unfortunate, though it has been perhaps inevitable, that to us the story of the Middle Ages presents itself as that of Western civilization, or, as Dr. Poole has preferred to put it, the history of the Middle Ages is the history of the Latin Church. Yet the survival of the Eastern Empire from the 4th to the 15th century is a factor in European history that we will do ill to neglect. Byzantine Hellenism has for many nothing that is attractive, much that is repellent, but it remains Hellenism even if marred and in a state of suspended development, and the history of non-Western Christianity illustrates one solution of the relations of church and state of which we are bound to take account, whether or not we approve it, for it has been seen still in use for good or for evil, down to our own day, and as an inheritance from the Middle Ages. We cannot stay to trace the course of its history, but look at it true moments in its development. The 20 years of unceasing conflict at the opening of the 9th century, Theodore of Studium, following in the steps of John Damascene, claims of the Church in face of the iconoclastic emperors, the right of complete independence of decision in matters of faith. In the secular sphere, princes have complete authority, but it belongs not to them to decide upon celestial and divine dogmas confided to the apostles and their successors. No Presbyterian ever upheld the crown rights of the Redeemer more strenuously than this militant abbot against time-serving usurpers of the patriarchal throne and the secular arm of Leo the Armenian, which broke his body but not his spirit. Yet it has its limitations of charity then as now, this spiritual intransigence. The Emperor Michael II, having liberated the prisoners, proposes a conference between the iconoclasts and the Orthodox, but Theodore, while expressing his wish that the emperor would deem him worthy to see his sacred person, to listen to the intrinsic utterance of his august mouth, learned in divine things, replies that any conference with heretics is forbidden by apostolic precept, and dies in exile a martyr to conviction, who as so often has failed to learn the beatitude which belongs to the makers of peace. After all, even to those of us who are not episcopal chancellors, there is illumination to be gained from the study of what actually happened in the long run with regard to images, whether in East or West. But 10 centuries later, when Theodore, the essential characteristic of the Orthodox Church, as seen in Russia, appears to demonstra to be the complete submission of the clergy to civil power, the union in the same hands of spiritual and temporal sovereignty. "I am Pope," said Tsar Alexander I to Napoleon. "It is very much more convenient, bien plus commode." We have there, in its full development, one theory of the relation of the two powers. It is logical, coherent, and it may be doubted whether, in practice, it has proved itself altogether Erastian in the sense in which we abuse that term of abuse, and at least the Societas Perfecta of Jesuit theory receives in both its forms an unexpected simplification as the ecclesiastical and temporal autocrat of all the Russias exchange his confidences with the imperial heir of the royal dictum, l'état c'est moi. The world had to wait more than half a century longer before it heard from other lips, not less commanding, the utterance of even fuller significance, la tradizione son io. End of section 4. Section 5 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization, The Religious Contribution of the Middle Ages, Part 2, by Reverend Claude Jenkins. Let us turn then to the West. We shall not, as everyone knows, escape from the influence of Hellenic thought, though its results in combination with other strains may be different. In the agony of the 5th century, at the opening, as some would say, of the Middle Ages, Augustine of Hippo bequeaths to later days the great treatise De Civitate Dei, a much celebrated legacy whose magnificence seems still, for many who write about it, unspoiled by familiarity. Yet it was the book selected by preference, so we are told, to be read to him at his dinner table by Charlemagne, in whose reign Dr. R.L. Poole has seen the dividing line between ancient and medieval history, not only by virtue of its political facts, but also because it begins the age of the education of the northern races, fitting them in time to rule the world as the Romans had done before them. What that education might mean, the non-Christian races saw on the one hand in the emperor's efforts to compel them to come in, not by the appeal of the philanthropy of Christ, but by the less gentle inducements of the sword and the block. On the other, in the history of the Crusades, it would be absurd to make Augustine responsible for the excesses of his readers, but it is almost impossible to overestimate the extent of his influence. It seems sometimes so constant and so universal as to make it legitimate at least to suspect its presence even when unacknowledged. For Augustine, there are two kinds of human society, or association, and two only. Two citizenships or modes of living, a heavenly and an earthly, with different ends attainable by different means. But the conception implied in the first and last chapters of the 14th book was almost inevitably replaced by the conception of two states, and therewith came difficulties of a very serious kind, since the ordinary mind tends to think of states in terms of institutions. The student, whether of Augustine or of the thinkers of the Middle Ages, will need again and again to be on his guard against the persistent, if subconscious, tendency to interpret their language in terms of the modern antithesis of church and state, and the view of each which that antithesis implies. And he will find this the more difficult because the empire and the papacy, the emperor and the pope, will seem to him two great factors in the political and religious situation in the Middle Ages, exactly corresponding with that antithesis. He must ask himself not simply what was their history, what did they do, but for what, in the view of medieval thinkers, did they stand. Of this he will learn much from Gierke's Political Theories of the Middle Age, splendidly edited by F.W. Maitland, Dr. Poole's Illustrations of the History of Medieval Thought, Dr. Figgis's From Gerson to Grotius, and other works, and Bishop Robertson's Regnum Dei. But if he will fully realize how much trouble the matter gave to medieval thinkers from many points of view, he must study for himself that truly painful compilation, the Monarchia of Melchior Goldast, in the 17th century, and that, as he will ruefully find, is far more than an opus nonagrinta diarium. If we may misapply the title of the treatise by William of Ockham, which one of the volumes contains, the state is not in the church is in the state. Above the emperor there is God alone, who made the emperor, so says Optatus of Melevum in the 5th century. The spiritual power, answers Hugh of St. Victor in the 12th, is superior to the secular in antiquity, dignity, and usefulness. God ought to obey the devil, if Wycliffe be not libelled in the 14th, while Luther, like Gerard of York, puts the secular ruler in the place of the Ignatian bishop, and solemnly burns the canon law. But if in the opening years of the 11th century there had been realized the dream of the Emperor Otto III and Pope Sylvester II of an empire and a papacy, such as in the modified form Nicholas of Cusa yearned for centuries later, wherein the two powers ordained of God should exercise a universal rule, in amity and concord side by side, the continent of Europe might have witnessed an experiment which would have made the later ideals of Gregory VII, Innocent III, and Boniface VIII, on the one hand, or those of Dante in De Monarchia, or Marsiglio of Padua in the Defensor Pacis, on the other, appear superfluous if not unchristian. True, the donation of Constantine and the pseudo-Isidorian decretals were ready to hand for anyone who cared to use them, and had been so for more than 2 centuries before Hildebrand, but they would probably have remained in decent obscurity, or been summarily ejected from the concordance of discordant canons, had not political circumstances arisen in which they could be played in aid of a theory of the Church's universal jurisdiction, which was clearly, as it would seem, not based upon them, but for which they were quoted with probably much less of conscious dishonesty than has often been assumed by controversialists. Origins are a notoriously difficult subject, and assertion has been known to take the place of evidence in the pedigree of institutions and customs, as well as of men. Few of us, perhaps, would accept without hesitation Newman's statement in the Treatise on Development, which was his last gift to the Church of England, that first local disturbances gave rise to bishops, and next ecumenical disturbances gave rise to popes, even though supported in part by the authority of St. Jerome. Still less readily, probably shall we assent when we hear, who does not know that kings had their beginning from those who, being ignorant of God, by pride, by acts of brigandage, perfidy, homicide, and finally by almost every species of crime, at the instigation of the prince of the world, that is, the devil, by blind cupidity and intolerable presumption, affected to exercise dominion over their peers, namely, over men. The introduction of the reference to supernatural agency, even though it be diabolical, forbids us to discern in this full-blooded rhetoric in anticipation of Bolshevist propaganda. It is taken, of course, from the well-known letter of Gregory VII, and by a polite fiction of considerable pragmatic value, the balance can readily be adjusted. Regard the Pope's theory in the spirit once more of de Maistre, and say that it is from the Pope that sovereignty descends on crowned heads, and it is he who gives them their consecrated character, which commands respect and obedience, and all is simple and straightforward. The organic unity is preserved and the spiritual power reigns supreme. The only difficulty is to find a period in which the facts really correspond with the theory, and 2 observations may be made. It need not trouble us in the theory that for some 7 centuries, at any rate, of the Middle Ages, there were 2 opposed empires of East and West, a condition of affairs very different from the original plan of Diocletian. And in this regard, the student may derive considerable amusement from reading side by side the Alexiad of Anna Comnena and the letters of Gregory VII. In theory, there was still only one empire, though in reference to this again, modern interpretation will not easily square with medieval theory. The empire of Charlemagne, we are accustomed to hear, was not a new creation of the Pope nor a legitimate succession to the empire of the West. It was a transfer in more or less dubious circumstances by a person to whom it did not belong to a person to whom it belonged, still less, of the Eastern Empire seated at Constantinople, and the Holy Roman Empire, which bulked so large and for so long in medieval history is a succession to neither, but a German invention, of which one of the wittiest of Frenchmen has written the epitaph, and one of the most erudite of English political thinkers has articulated the skeleton. And secondly, it is impossible not to be struck with the continental character of this medieval theorizing. This is as true in reading William of Ockham as in the case of the other works collected by Goldust. Neither English sovereigns nor the English people were wanting generally in deference to the See of Rome in the Middle Ages, but the attitude of William the Conqueror to Gregory VII's demand for homage finds an echo in the sense of intolerable outrage to national feeling with which the chroniclers record John's surrender of his crown to Innocent III, and therefrom followed consequences of which papal statesmen seem always to have failed to appreciate the significance. There are few investigations more fascinating, if more elusive, than that of the power of ideas to mold facts as well as to account for them. From some writers, one would judge that the Hildebrandian idea of the papacy presented itself to the world as a strange and monstrous portent in the 11th century. It would seem to them not less original perhaps in its development, but at any rate less catastrophic, if they would consider on the one hand the conception of the Christian state, which underlies the Code of Justinian, a monarch for whom orthodoxy was a political duty, or the fact that the Eastern Empire at the beginning of the 8th century, baptism was the gate to citizenship for men of every race, or on the other hand, the circumstances of the pontificate, and some of the utterances of Gregory the Great more than 2 centuries earlier, and a very curious little disquisition by Agobard of Lyon in the 9th century on the 2 rules, ecclesiastical and secular. We have spoken of the influence of Augustine, but there are others to be taken into account. If you seek to build as medieval thinkers did your political and religious theory upon bases so discordant as the Holy Scriptures, Aristotle and the civil law, you may expect results as strange as some seem desirous of achieving in our own day on the foundations of Rousseau, Karl Marx, Herbert Spencer, and Count Tolstoy. The modern student who sets himself to examine the medieval exegesis of Scripture will at least recognize the reason for Lord Acton's differentiation of the modern age. Columbus, Machiavelli, Erasmus, Luther, Copernicus are his examples of the men who stand between us and the Middle Ages. In a very well-known passage, Dr. Figgis has described the changed position. It would require, he says, an intellectual revolution, quite inconceivable in magnitude, to induce us to regard it as an argument for the papal power, that the sun is superior to the moon, or that St. Peter gave 2 swords to Christ, that the Pope is like Sinai, the source of the oracles of God, and is superior to all kings and princes, because Mount Sinai is higher than all other hills, which it is not. That when Daniel speaks of beasts, the writer means that tyranny is the origin of earthly power, that the command to feed my sheep and the committal of the keys to St. Peter gave to the papacy the absolute political sovereignty of the world, or on the other side that Adam was the first king and Cain the first priest, that the text forbidding murder proves immediately the divine origin of secular lordship, that unction is not indelible save in France, but there it is so because the oil is provided by an angel. These things have served at least to enliven the dreariness for the modern reader of many a medieval disquisition, sometimes of great value, usually of great length, and one may be allowed to add to the list of the delight which it caused when first read to one who has lived under the prosaic regime of the Third Republic, the reason why the crown of France may be borne neither by a workman nor a woman, viz., that the lilies toil not, neither do they spin. It is easy to be contemptuous, but it is a sure bar to understanding, and an appropriateness of exegesis the modern observer may possibly think that there is little to choose on either side for some centuries before and after the Reformation. However this may be, it is at least significant that the attempt to interpret and to apply the scriptures with due regard to their proper setting should have been deferred, though with some exceptions until our lasting impoverishment they are, apart from public services and professional studies, rapidly ceasing to be read at all. No one now reads Boethius, though there are still a few who are believed to find consolation in philosophy. He announced, we remember, his intention of translating into Latin every work of Aristotle within his reach, or the influence of Aristotle's politics upon Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century. All students have heard. But have you ever examined a succession of great political and theological treatises of the Middle Ages in the West, to see what would be left of them if you excised all traces of Aristotle? The result is so startling as to suggest that the whole course of Western history, civil, philosophical, scientific, religious, might have been changed had his works as we now possess them been known in Latin for any 400 years after the death of Boethius in 525. It is no mere affectation of the pedant which makes Wycliffe begin his treatise on the power of the Pope with Aristotle's fourfold distinction of power as active, passive, purposefully controlled, or accidentally acquired. The illustration of the last is medical skill. He adopts the method because it was natural to his age. Holy Scripture for him includes all truth, but it does not provide a dialectic. And though it may be true that he is Platonist rather than Aristotelian, and that his conclusions owe more to reflection on the Scriptures and on Augustine than to any other influences, such Platonism, as he may have learned from Augustine, would not have given either to him or to his age what was wanted for their expression. To Dr. Poole, the fundamental principle of Wycliffe's doctrine of lordship justifies its author's title to be considered in no partial sense the father of modern Christianity, a judgment with which some of us would venture strongly to disagree. But just as you can most easily read the handwriting of some people by determining the angle from which they wrote, so you can more readily understand the thought of a systematic writer of the Middle Ages, if you can imagine anew the framework in which, in the process of thinking, new ideas struggle for expression, and the inquiry as to the latest writer for whom a text from Scripture and a text from Aristotle, when not discordant, had equal validity as an argument in pari materia, would yield more useful results in the quest for the latest ecclesiastic who wore a wig. End of section 5. Section 6 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. The Religious Contribution of the Middle Ages, Part 3, by Reverend Claude Jenkins. A lecturer who enters upon the subject of the civil law, especially if he live in the parts of Britain south of the Tweed, and be a clerk in orders, will nowadays order himself more lowly and reverently than has always been the fashion. One is sorely tempted in the terms of the stately preface to Bacon's Maxims of the Law, to try to estimate the political bearings of the differences between the Roman civil law and the laws of England. But one observation cannot be omitted, at any rate, because of its direct bearing upon the present subject. The maxim that the pleasure of the ruler has the force of law is regarded with just disapprobation from many who do not know that it comes from the digest. For that reason, the fact is often overlooked that it is based on a theory that the source of rule is to be found in the will of the people. And however strange the transformations which it sustained in the hands of medieval writers and those of the modern age, the idea of popular sovereignty which is therein contained is one of the many for which we owe a debt to the Middle Ages, which preserved though they did not create it. What is the legal legacy of the Middle Ages in Western Europe to our modern day on the political side so far as it affects or is affected by religious conceptions? Professor Tout, in a notable and striking passage, has illustrated the efforts both of Pope and Emperor, each in his own way to establish God's kingdom upon earth. Beside Hildebrand, he sets the noblest of the house of Hohenstaufen, Frederick Barbarossa, the most imposing, the most heroic, and the most brilliant of the long line of German princes, who strove to realize the impractical but glorious political idea of the Middle Ages. And yet, one may venture to think, if our inheritance is still the vision of the Civitas Dei, which those ages learned from Augustine, and Augustine from the New Testament, we shall not take from them the conception of its possible realization, either through a universal empire, a world domination German, French, Latin, British, Mongolian, or Slav, wherein religious activities might probably be either ordered by a minister of public worship or peremptorily excluded, nor through a universal papacy, the earthly embodiment of that divine wisdom by whom kings reign and princes decree justice. We shall seek it rather through the development of that national consciousness among the several races of the civilized world, which then rendered impossible the achievement of the ideal of the medieval popes, and on the other hand, fostered a national expression of religion, which we are gradually learning to regard as involving, not the negation of that unity among Christians, for which their master prayed, but an enrichment of the life of the one body, fitly framed and knit together through that which every joint supplieth. Clearly this view will not pass unchallenged. Lord Acton, for example, would have rejected such a conclusion, and there are many indeed to whom such a statement will seem a bewildering confusion of the issues raised by the facts of what is called the religious situation in the several nations of Western Europe, even if we take no wider outlook. As so often, the mental constructions of one epoch are the prisons of the next, until the power of some new idea avails to burst the bonds which men forge for themselves from age to age. The formation of great states rendered improbable the continued recognition anywhere of the Holy Roman Empire as being still in theory what it had never been in fact, the Civitas Dei, the forces political, intellectual, religious, which made themselves felt in the century from 1450 to 1550, but of whose presence we may find indications a century earlier, served to disintegrate the medieval conception of the Catholic Church. An attempt was made, is still made, to substitute for it one less vulnerable if more elusive, because ex hypothesi invisible, though neither was that idea again wholly new. But its unity was marred from the outset by the fierce claim of the several churches to exclude from it all others of whose principles and practice they disapproved, and those who were themselves, like the Pilgrim Fathers, the victims of intolerance, could not always show a subsequent record free from the stain of persecution. While in theology, the new scholasticism proved for many generations even more burdensome than the old. Let us look a little closer. On the political side, we should all reject the abominable doctrine expressed in the words cuius regio eius religio, the theory that the ruler has the right to determine the religion of his subjects, an inheritance not from the Middle Ages, but from the Reformation period, of which you may find an exemplification in the Peace of Augsburg in the 16th century, or in some of the consequences of the Peace of Westphalia in the 17th. On the other hand, whether we agree or disagree with Lord Acton's famous essay on the Protestant theory of persecution, the student will find himself obliged to conclude that in the history of the struggle for religious toleration, the prime movers have seldom been found among the official representatives of organized Christianity, Catholic or Protestant. He may also infer without sacrifice of historical truth that toleration which is actually guaranteed by every enlightened state is the product not of indifference, but, as a matter of fact, of the Christian conscience of the majority of its citizens, and within the expansive limits of that toleration, so painfully one our later age has seen the signs of a new rapprochement, a consciousness of shame at our unhappy divisions, a recognition of a unity in diversity, which at one time seemed impossible, and still to some is an idle dream. From the sense of an underlying unity has come a new conception of a visible church, the realization of which may indeed be far distant, but which has possibilities that men are at least ready to explore. The Reformation is seen as a stage in the drama of Western Christendom, an episode of enormous importance necessary to the development of the action, but not the whole, one which indeed cannot be understood by blotting out 12 centuries of Christian history, and those who turn with reawakened curiosity to the Middle Ages will assuredly not return unrewarded. Where will you find a nobler expression of the true ideal of the new commonwealth, which we are seeking to build, than in Marsiglio's adoption of Aristotle's definition of the rationale of the state, in order that men may live well, and his explication of living well as having leisure for liberal tasks, such as those of the virtues of the soul as well as of thought as of action. If it be suggested that we have been dwelling too much upon the political side of medieval thought in our search for religious contributions to our modern civilization, it must be remembered that, humanly speaking, if ever the kingdom of the world is to become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, it will be because the visible church of which we dream is not a city of refuge, but the embodiment of Christian citizenship, because of Christian discipleship. You cannot divorce the politics and the religion of the true citizen without detriment to the state, any more than you can build a common life on a basis of self-interest, however much enlightened. It is often argued that religious men are unpractical, but it may be questioned whether the stricture sounds well in the mouth of people who are endeavoring to teach what, by a new barbarism, is called civics, in which we may recognize some of the maxims of Christian conduct divorced from the Christian motive. Again, the medieval aspirations after a life of evangelical poverty, which are found so beautiful to read, even by many who frankly admit that they could never themselves attempt to rise to their level, represent a reaction against the impoverishment of Christian ideals, the degradation of Christian practice, observable in the life of the medieval church. But those aspirations are themselves part of life, as we study them in Arnold of Brescia, in the Rule of St. Francis of Assisi, or the works of Franciscans like Archbishop Peckham, or of Dominicans like Toller, to take only a few instances, or as we trace the later history of the spiritual Franciscans, we may possibly feel the same superiority or the same sadness in noting where on the practical side their doctrine fails, and why, as we might in reading Mr. George Jacob Holyoake's history of the early stages of the cooperative movement. But study their implications and see whether you may not find in them some of the principles for which our modern age is still seeking. The whole social economy of the Franciscans says a modern exponent of it, proceeded from the ideal of service having for its motive the evangelical law of love. So far, the Franciscan social ideal is that of a perfect democracy, of a society in which all the members are on an equality of comradeship, whatever be the accident of their place or position, and in which all, whether rulers or governed, are subject to the same law of personal service. But where the Franciscan democracy differs from the ordinary political democracy is, in the first place, that with the Franciscan equality is generated in voluntary assumption of common duties and responsibilities, and not in the assertion of individual rights. The Franciscan begins at the other end, from that generally taken by the political democrat. He starts practically from the idea that he himself owes a duty to his neighbor, rather than that his neighbor owes a duty to him. He is more concerned to curb his own arrogance and selfishness than to curb that of others. He is more willing to submit to the will of another than to claim another's submission to his will. In short, the ideal Franciscan society is akin to that democracy of spirit which exists in the personal relations of all true men. It is strange to contrast such an ideal, which to many will seem no unfair representation of that spirit of St. Francis himself, which lives on from the Middle Ages in the freshness of an eternal spring, with the language of Gregory VII, as to the origin of secular governments, or with the definition of the purpose of the laws that was still being taught in England within living memory, that they were intended to preserve the rich in their possessions and to restrain the vicious poor. Once more, of course, a caution is necessary. The casual student will learn, shall we say, from Lord Acton's works that the Whig theory of the Revolution may be found in the works of St. Thomas Aquinas, written at the time when Simon de Montfort summoned the Commons, or that the doctrines of the sovereignty of the nation, representative government, the superiority of the legislature over the executive, and the liberty of conscience were worked out by Marsiglio of Padua, who lived at the same time as Edward II. These facts are dear to students of politics, if unknown to politicians who do not study. But it would be the wildest absurdity to suppose that the theologians and jurists of the Middle Ages were generally in favor of liberty of conscience, any more than that of representative government, or that such an injunction met with universal approval, as is found in the decretals, that secular judges who with damnable presumption compel ecclesiastical persons to pay debts are to be restrained from such temerity by ecclesiastical censure through the ordinaries of the places, and the fact that in a bygone age an idea is tentatively sketched out, or even seriously put forward, which seems to some the acme of modernity, is no ground in itself for claiming that we receive it by legitimate succession, or for denying the originality of its presentation in our own day. Dr. Poole, with justice, has claimed Marsiglio as one of that rarest class of doctrinaires, whom future ages may rightly look back upon as prophets. But in their own day they were, as a rule, rather solitary figures, and even where they attracted followers, they had usually few successors. It is a striking and curious fact, but it is no more, that William of Ockham should have argued in the 14th century for the inclusion not merely of laymen but of women in the general councils of the Church, where the wisdom, goodness, or power of women should be necessary for the treatment of the faith, and even the suggestion of the invincible doctor, perhaps not intended to be taken very seriously, though he puts it forward with gravity, must yield place to the rich variety of novelties in the Tractate of the Recovery of the Holy Land by the Norman advocate Pierre Dubois. Dr. Figgis calls it a mine of reforming ideas, though we may well think that some of them would have startled the fathers of the Reformation. disendowment of the church and of the monasteries, absolute authority for the secular state, women's enfranchisement, mixed education, are all advanced with the one object of increasing the power of the French king, who is to be made emperor and to rule at Constantinople. International arbitration was to decrease the horrors of war, and educated women were to be sent to the Holy Land in order to marry and convert both the Saracens and the priests of the Orthodox Church, and also to become trained nurses and teachers. The whole spirit of the book is secular and modern. Bishop Stubbs was wont to declare that everything was in it, including the new woman. It is required of the bishops of the Church of England by the 34th and 35th canons of 1603, under pain of 2 years' suspension from the power of ordaining, that they admit none to holy orders save after examination, and being such as are able as a minimum qualification to render an account of their faith in Latin. The requirement was certainly enforced as late as the time of Archbishop Tennyson, and though it may not be a discipline of which the restoration is nowadays much wished, at any rate, by ordination candidates, it is certain that much loss has come to clerks as well as to laymen, from the fact that they cannot, as a rule, read with any facility the ecclesiastical Latin of the Middle Ages. In view of this disability, it is worthwhile to insist upon the fact that any student can now read a considerable part, at least if he will, of the Summa of St. Thomas Aquinas in an admirable English translation. This fact is the more important because in the minds of many, the philosophy of the Middle Ages means nothing more than is expressed by a vague reference to the schoolmen regarded as protagonists of a series of wearisome logomachies, the inventors of antitheses of knowledge falsely so called. Thus to regard it is to stultify reason and to misread history. We may as easily eliminate from the doctrinal content of the theology of the undivided church the influence of ancient philosophy on, let us say, the Christian Gnostics of Alexandria, as treat the nominalists and realists of the West, with their quest for truth in forms borrowed from Platonist and Aristotelian sources, acutely studied if imperfectly known, as mere triflers. The sanity of the nobler mind of the Middle Ages is seen in other fields of religious interest, besides politics. Mr. Taylor, in his useful, if discursive work on the medieval mind, has spoken of those who in the 12th century cultivated logic and metaphysics, with the desire to know more active in them than the fear of hell. By doubting, says Abelard in his Sic et Non, we are led to inquire. By inquiry we perceive the truth. After all, one may suppose that logic is not always the enemy of truth. Was it not deemed a requisite for a degree in medicine at Salerno? Though theologians have perhaps been more prone than other men to take refuge in language, such as St. Bernard allowed himself with regard to Abelard, would not a mouth which says such things more justly be beaten with bludgeons than refuted with reasons? One who has spent more time than he cares to remember in turning pages of manuscripts of Rabanus Maurus, in search for other things that may be excused if, in what follows, he shows that, like Rabanus, according to Mr. Taylor, the operations of his mind are predominantly Carolingian, which is to say that 99% of the contents of what he has to say consists of material extracted from prior writers. To Rabanus, the foundation, the state, and the perfection of wisdom is knowledge of the Holy Scriptures. Philosophy, in the view of the early Middle Ages, is a part of secular riches, even if, as Alcuin taught, it be the only part which has never left its possessor miserable. But just as Alcuin insists on a religious purpose in all education, Rabanus holds that clergy ought to learn logic and have its laws in constant meditation, so that subtly they may discern the wiles of heretics, and confute their poisoned sayings with the conclusions of the syllogism. But if we have papal authority for the statement that God is not tied by the rules of grammar, it was no less certain that the time would arrive when the freedom of inquiry allowed in the philosophical schools would extend into the domain of theology. For our present purpose, it is irrelevant to consider whether such excursions were officially regarded as orthodox or the reverse. If it be contended that the attitude of ecclesiastical authority in all ages has seldom been found to be a mean between excessive rigorism and a no less dangerous credulity, it would not be unfair to extend the stricture to the official exponents of philosophy and of natural science. What is important for us to remember is that, with whatever necessary qualifications the demand for a rational theology is a legacy handed on from some of the greatest minds of the Middle Ages. True, it did not originate with them, but still less is it a new discovery of our own day, and the liberty of prophesying would always be dearly bought at the price of the liberty of thinking. Of course, the attempted solutions are conditioned in every age by the circumstances of the time, and there will inevitably be periods of reaction. Those who have read Dr. Poole's delightful chapter on John of Salisbury will remember its closing reflections on the attempt at the opening of the 13th century to prescribe the physics and metaphysics of Aristotle. And it is very easy for us who live in an age when Greek has not as yet been again forgotten to be unjust to the Latin West. But this in itself makes it the more necessary that we should not treat the Eastern Church as though it had no history with which we need concern ourselves. Its dogmatic controversies, extending into the Middle Ages, have an importance which the development of modern philosophical theology may yet bring into higher relief, and it is surely not unworthy of remark, though it is often forgotten, that the one creed of the universal church is an Eastern creed. Monsieur Levis, in a striking picture of the East and the West, recalls the contrast familiar to every student between the spirit of the philosopher and that of the jurist. The Pope is a theologian making laws, whilst a philosopher survives in every Eastern theologian. Hereticorum patriarchae philosophy jives the lawyer Tertullian, and it is significant that the one Western philosopher of the early Middle Ages, whose philosophy of religion, though evolved among Christian associations, has sometimes been regarded as capable of sustaining without impoverishment the removal of its Christian elements, was a disciple of Hellenic learning. William of Malmesbury tells us that he was stabbed to death with the points of their pens by his English pupils, a pungent warning of the dangers of attempting to teach the unimaginative. But whether this be true or not, it is a fact that, as Dr. Poole says, the voice of orthodoxy on all sides was directed against Johannes Scotus, the belated disciple of Plato, and the last representative of the Greek spirit in the West. Orthodox or not, he anticipated the fundamental principle of Descartes, cogito ergo sum, though that too, as Dr. Poole has pointed out, is to be found like so much else already in St. Augustine. End of section 6. Section 7 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. A Religious Contribution of the Middle Ages, Part 4 by Reverend Claude Jenkins. We must leave it to others to estimate the specific debt of modern philosophy, so far as such an expression has a meaning, to those great masters of the Middle Ages who dared to think when originality had a spice of danger, which might prove a salutary tonic in our own day. But there is a class of thinkers, perhaps we should say one type of mind, regarded in all ages with dislike by the philosopher, and with suspicion by the theologian, though having affinities with both. Few words have been used to cover so great a variety of disparate and even incoherent beliefs as mysticism. It is as difficult to find a common term between different schools of mystics. Neoplatonists, Christian, Mohammedan, Persian, and others, with endless combinations of one or more strains, as it is among the early Gnostics. In the exposition of the Aristotelian philosophy by successive Christian interpreters, such, for example, only as the Franciscan Alexander of Hales and the Dominicans Albertus Magnus and St. Thomas, may be found a progressive attempt to express within the four corners of orthodoxy ultimate truths as to the nature of God, of the world, of man, regarded from the standpoint of philosophy as well as of revelation, by a union through which each is found to be the proper complement and interpretation of the other. In a sense, it would be true to say that the type of scholasticism represented by Aquinas is the supreme triumph of human reason in the Middle Ages. But there is another way of approach with which we are now concerned. Look at it in the 12th century, as you see it in Hugh of St. Victor and his followers. A Platonist at heart, even if in some things he follows Aristotle. Hugh found his real source of inspiration in the extraordinary, and in some ways fascinating, Neoplatonist work on the celestial hierarchy, which was preserved among the supposed writings of Dionysius, the Areopagite, a belief in the genuineness of which was sufficient to work miracles in France in the days of St. Louis. All true mysticism, so far as one can judge, is concerned with the approach of the soul to God. But in Hugh and his followers, unlike many later schools to which the same title of mystics is applied, this approach is the crown of an intellectual process which it transcends. It is not a substitute for it. In all, this approach involves the surrender of the will, but seldom if ever in Hugh, or in any of the mystics whose influence has been lasting, has it involved the negation of the reason. The Christian mysticism of the Middle and later ages, which the Dean of St. Paul's, it may safely be said, has induced hundreds to study, is widely sundered perhaps in many of its forms from their ordinary modes of thinking or apprehension. Its attraction has lain probably on its ethical side rather than its philosophical implications, often very imperfectly understood, and the attraction of different mystics for different types of student has certainly varied largely according to their temperament. It has been claimed, justly or unjustly, for Tauler and his school in the 14th century, that they gave to the German nation a philosophical terminology. But what is more likely to interest most readers is the ideal of living set forth in the sermons and the criticism of the ideal poverty of the spiritual Franciscans. His substitution for the renunciation of all earthly wealth of that poorness of spirit, which appropriates nothing but holds all in trust. On the other hand, the self-mortification by almost incredible bodily austerities, described in the life of Henry Suso, belongs in the last resort to the sphere of morbid psychology, rather than of religion. In its exaggerated form, there may seem little to choose between the servitor, as he describes his way of life in St. Simeon's Stylites, as not he himself, but Tennyson pictures him. But in the underlying motive, a real difference can be distinguished, for the basis of Suso's actions is neither the averting of wrath, nor the acquirement of merit, but, however pitifully misinterpreted, that which is the basis of all true mysticism, the love of God, shown in his case in the passionate yearning to share in the sufferings of his suffering Lord. And those who would see this love for God exhibited on its truer, fuller side should study it in the Dame Julian of Norwich, or in the joyful spirit of the works of the Hermit of Hampole, Richard Rolle, though even in the latter may be found that distrust of natural human love, which is alien to the spirit of the gospel, but quite consonant with much of the teachings alike of the early fathers of the Church and of medieval theology. Dr. Inge says of William Law's book, The Grounds and Reasons of Christian Regeneration, that he knows no better summary of the theology and ethics of Christian mysticism, and those who are led by his account of it to study it in other works will see that, while Law's theology is his own, and in its exposition he is profoundly influenced by the 17th century German mystic, whom we call Jacob Behmen. There is not a little in the thought which is common to earlier mystics in the Middle Ages, and in many of them one may venture to think much that breathes the very spirit of the Johannine theology. And so again, if there are parts of Meister Eckhart's sermons which seem to link him with Christian Gnosticism, there are others where he is speaking of intelligence, will, and love in a way that makes us wonder whether he would have regarded Mr. MacTaggart as a master or a misguided disciple. It is not a question of establishing a legitimate dissent in this or like cases, any more than between the ideals of Tauler's Friends of God or the Brethren of the Common Life of Deventer, whose story was so beautifully illustrated by Thomas à Kempis, and those of any organized body that it is seen in our own day. But there is, as Abelard knew, something divine in every noble thought, and the kernel remains though the husk may perish. We do not condemn the doctrine of the inner light, or of the spark within the soul, because the Beckarts of Alsace in the 13th century and later abolished the distinction between the creator and the created, or claiming as brethren of the free spirit, in antimony and freedom, erred concerning the faith. There are certain tendencies of the human spirit which are reproduced from age to age. L'histoire ne sait le pet gêné, mais l'homme se ressemble toujours. A fact to which testimony is borne alike by the long continuance of Montanism and by the upholders of the eternal gospel attributed to Joachim of Florus, and many a strange eccentricity of individuals or of communities of our own time. If in some of these things we are the heirs of the Middle Ages, by none of them, let us remember, are those ages represented in any more than a minor degree. If even the sermons of Bernard of Clairvaux on the Song of Songs, following a method of interpretation which goes back to Origen, cannot reconcile many to an exegesis which, historically regarded, they would pronounce to have been profoundly mischievous, yet in the same century we may trace the growth of a demand for a more historical treatment of Scripture. Look yet deeper. Thousands and tens of thousands, even though they may not know of the obligation, still find comfort and inspiration for their devotions and language drawn from medieval sacramentaries, Gregorian, Leonian, Mozarabic, from the breviaries of Rome and of Sarum, from Augustine or Alcuin, or even from Anselm and Aquinas. Still, the Fioretti of Francis of Assisi appeal with the quaint simplicity of the 14th century to many who would understand as little of the learned disputations of the world in which the book was written, as St. Francis himself would have done a century earlier. And still, the imitation of Christ, whether it is written by A. Kempis or by Hilton, matters little to its readers, speaks to conscience and kindles love with a power which no later work has ever rivaled. Of the religious inspiration of the art of the Middle Ages, Others must be left to speak. It would furnish material for many lectures. Who has not felt it? In our own great Abbey of Westminster, in many of the great cathedrals of England or of France, in some parish church which has escaped restoration by a miracle or more miraculously survived it. He understands little of the Middle Ages who has not studied. This that never ends, still climbing, or in fancy still to climb, as full of morals half divined as life, graceful, grotesque, with ever new surprise, of hazardous caprices sure to please, heavy as nightmare, airy light as fern, imagination's very self in stone. But of one debt less generally recognized, perhaps, but of even wider significance, something must be said. It is in regard to the hymns which we sing, even if we set aside as too early to be included with fairness those associated with the names of St. Ambrose, of Sedulius, or Prudentius, or Synesius of Cyrene, or the earliest hymns of the Eastern Church. There remains an astonishing collection. John Mason Neale's hymn, "The Day is Past and Over," is from the late evening service of the Orthodox Church, and goes back to the 6th century. From the 8th are derived, "Come, ye faithful, raise the strain of triumphant gladness," and "The Day of Resurrection," both by St. John of Damascus and from the 9 stars of the morning so gloriously bright, by St. Joseph the hymnographer. But the medieval hymns of the West have naturally possessed a greater attraction for translators. From Venantinus, Fortunatus, Bishop of Poitiers in the 6th century, we inherit "The royal banners forward go," and "Sing, my tongue, the glorious battle." Both, first, sung as relics of the cross, were borne from Tours to Poitiers, and the Salve Festa Dies, Hail Festa Day, which many have taken in hand to translate. Jesu, the Father's only Son, is perhaps of the same age. In the following century, Ireland gives us "Draw nigh and take the body of the Lord," and not much later are "Jesu, our hope, our heart's desire," and "Blessed City, Heavenly Salem," with its second part, the Angularius Fundamentum, Lapis Christus Missus Est, on which are based "Christ is made the sure foundation," and "Christ is our cornerstone," to St. Theodulf of Orleans, circa 820. We owe all glory, laud, and honor, and possibly to Rabanus Maurus, Archbishop of Mainz in the same century, the Veni Creator Spiritus, so familiar to us in Bishop Coates' 17th century version. "Come, Holy Ghost, our souls inspire," while from St. Gall in Switzerland we have the strain upraised of joy and praise, Alleluia. At Canterbury in the 10th century, you might have heard the canons singing, "Conditor almi siderum, eterni lux credentium," creator of the starry height. To the same period belongs "Hark, a thrilling voice is sounding," a great Advent hymn, and little later are 2 hymns, still more famous, "Alleluia, Song of Sweetness," "Alleluia, Dolce Carmen," and "Sing Alleluia, forth in duteous praise," of whose history in both cases the best known facts are associated with the disuse of the Alleluia. They proclaim, according to a curious ecclesiastical perversity, not unobservable in other connections. Dr. Walter Fryer, of the Community of the Resurrection, to whose magnificent historical edition of hymns ancient and modern, all students of the subject, and not least the present writer, owe unstinted gratitude, recalls to mind in regard to this the medieval custom of burying the Alleluia at Septuagesima, in a coffin with full funeral ceremonies, a custom which is said to have lasted until the 15th century. To St. Fulbert of Chartres, who died in 1028, is due, He inquires of New Jerusalem, and to the same century belongs the famous poem formerly attributed to Saint Bernard, but now assigned to a Benedictine abbess, which has given us 3 hymns. Jesu dulcis memoria, rendered as Jesu, the very thought is sweet, or Jesu, the very thought of thee. Jesu, dulciter cordum. Jesu, the joy of loving hearts. And Jesu, rex admirabilis. O Jesu, King most wonderful. To Bernard of Morlas or Cluny in the 12th century belongs, with better right, the great poem of over 3,000 lines, from which are derived brief life is here our portion. The world is very evil. For thee, O dear, dear country, and Jerusalem the golden. Equally well known and perhaps even more popular is, O quanta qualis sunt illa sabata. Oh, what the joy and the glory must be, which comes from the collection of hymns made by Belloc for Eloise in 1129, as one hears people singing the Pangi Lingua of the glorious body telling, with its second part, tantum ergo. Therefore we, before him bending, the verbum supernum procidium, the heavenly word proceeding forth, with its second part, O salutaris hostia, O saving victim, or the adora te devoti, latens dietas. Thee we adore, O hidden Saviour, thee. One sometimes wonders how much we have learnt in our day, and in our own experience of the blending of reason with faith and faith with reason, which was taught by the great scholastic who wrote those hymns, St. Thomas of Aquin, in the 13th century. To the greatest pope of that century, Innocent III, are assigned, though not with certainty, Veni Sancti Spiritus, come, thou Holy Spirit, come, and Stabat Mater Dolorosa, at the cross or station keeping. And it may help us to understand a little more of the spirit of the Middle Ages, that the author of the Dies Irae, Day of Wrath, O Day of Mourning, should have been Thomas of Solano, the friend and biographer of St. Francis. Our list of debts to the Middle Ages might be largely extended, but we may close it with the mention of 3 from the collection assigned to Thomas à Kempis. O love, how deep, how broad, how high! O amor quam estatiacus! If there be that skills to reckon all the number of the blessed, quisquis valet numeri, and lights abode celestial Salem. Jerusalem luminosa. It is the brighter side, the undying hope of the Christian's faith. In passing from the Middle Ages to the period of the Reformation, men did not change their hell, but only their view of its occupants. And though in the preaching of our day, the emphasis has shifted almost immeasurably, as some of us can recognize, whose memories go back perhaps no more than 30 years, the number is probably growing rather than decreasing of those who would understand what Carlyle meant when in his lecture on The Hero as Poet, he says that Dante, the Italian man, was sent into our world to embody musically the religion of the Middle Ages, the religion of our modern Europe, its inner life, even though Carlyle's modern Europe is now 80 years behind us. An historian of Italian name writing in a great French history has found himself able to give to Dante rather less than 10 scattered lines, which tell us that he was a Florentine, a scholastic, that he attacked Boniface VIII, wrote the De Monarchia, and in the Divine Comedy prepared the cult of antiquity for the Renaissance that was to come. So much for the modern historian of what Carlyle calls the most remarkable of all modern books, the mystic song, at once of one of the greatest human souls, and of the highest thing that Europe had hitherto realized for itself. And yet the last 2 cantos of the Paradiso are, one might suppose, the most characteristic expression of the Middle Ages, on more sides than one, that can anywhere be found. Cicero, Virgil, St. Paul, St. Augustine of Hippo, St. Thomas of Aquin. Many have read them since, even perhaps understood them better. But what makes the Divine Comedy different from no, is the poet himself. And as the poet is often the true historian, even though here and there his blunder may evoke a footnote of learned superiority, so we may venture to think he is often again the true theologian. Not that Dante's theology is more or less complete than that of the fathers of the writers of the Reformation. It is different in kind, and there is another side which few, perhaps save the mystics, could grasp from the days of Augustine to the 19th century. God has ordained that the Pauline aspect of Christianity and the Pauline nomenclature should for the last 300 years at least mold almost exclusively the thoughts of his church. But we must not forget that St. John's thoughts and St. John's words are equally inspired with those of St. Paul. So wrote Charles Kingsley in his preface to Miss Wentworth's edition of Toller's History and Life. And as men in our own time turn from Paulinism, distorted, misinterpreted, perhaps sometimes outgrown, from the cramping fetters of Augustinian or an Italian modernism, which leaves the mind unsatisfied and the soul unfed, to the Christ whom Paul preached, they may learn with Dante from the questionings of St. John to understand the chords that drew them to the divine wisdom, the incarnate word whom Paul also knew. And perhaps, too, they may find something more. For, if the Middle Ages opened with the dream of the city of God, it is certain that our modern age, which has inherited the dream, is tending toward a struggle for results more utilitarian, but likely to be less satisfying. And the last canto of the Paradiso may still have its lesson, for its end is the vision of the light eternal, and a will wholly guided, moved, and turned at length by the love that moves the sun and the other stars. Claude Jenkins. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Philosophy, Part 1. By H. Wilden Carr. Philosophy. The inquiry which I propose to undertake, I have formulated in the following question. Is there any dominating concept in our modern mind, giving it a definite and characteristic direction in the search for truth, warping it, perhaps, with a distinctive bias, which it does not derive from ancient Greece, and which it would not possess had it not lived through the dominating concepts of the medieval period? I hope it will be possible to suggest not merely a vague and general, but a precise answer. The method I must follow in such an inquiry is different from that of the historian who, studying original records and documents, endeavors to discover the origin and trace the development of the ideas which have materialized in institutions. It is different also from that of the student of the history of philosophy who, studying the connected narratives, attempts to give an inventory of, or make a classified catalogue of, the philosophical output of a period and appreciate its value. My method is to look at history in its grand outlines, and, disregarding the minutiae and details, to endeavor to discover and lay bare the concepts which dominate the mentality of a period, concepts which find expression in its art, religion, philosophy, political and social institutions. The history of any period can only be interpreted, it seems to me, when we are able to discover and understand the concepts of reality which determine its philosophy. For example, during the first centuries of the Christian era, the pure Greek philosophy still lived and developed side by side with the Christian concepts which were becoming increasingly dominant. There was, that is to say, not only an influence of Greek philosophy on Christian doctrine, there was also a contrast and competition between them. We have recently had our attention called to this in the very valuable work of Dean Inge on the philosophy of Plotinus. I mention this work not merely because it illustrates the method I propose, nor on account of its high value as a contribution to history and to philosophy, but because it affords me a starting point for the philosophical reflection I am about to follow. The great service which it appears to me Dean Inge has rendered to contemporary philosophy is that, in his lucid exposition of the history of that last period of the ancient philosophy, the Neoplatonic, he has brought out with incisive clearness the nature of the dominating concept in the mentality of the Greek world. It was the concept of a reality purely intelligible, eternal, and perfect, a world of fixed forms, change being unreal, and time the moving image of eternity. The philosophical, apart from the historical, value of Dean Inge's work is due in great measure to the fact that he has not only expounded that concept with sympathetic appreciation, but he has let it take hold of him. Proclaiming himself a Platonist, he has thrown down a challenge to the modern world in his rejection of the idea of progress. This idea is so deeply rooted in our modern thought, so intimate a part of our science, politics, and religion, particularly since the principle of evolution has become generally accepted, that to challenge it is, in effect, to challenge the intellectual soundness of the concept on which modern civilization rests. In contrast with the philosophy of ancient Greece, particularly in its final period, the dominating concept in our philosophy today is the reality of change. We may be said to have turned away from the contemplation of things sub specie eternitatis, and to be absorbed in the problems of activity, evolution, and relativity. I do not defend the idea of progress in so far as it can be taken to mean the attainment by the modern world of a higher plane of existence as judged by its ethical, social, political, or religious standards, nor do I think there exists any criterion by which the standards themselves can be judged, but I do hold that the modern world is dominated by the concept of reality as activity, and the philosophy which seems to me effectively interpretive in our world today is not Platonism, a philosophy of unchanging forms, but a philosophy of change, based on a new concept of time and history. It is to me a significant fact that Bergson, who has given such forcible expression to this dominating concept of modern thought, the reality of change, has had his interest in the philosophical problem awakened and the direction of his speculation directed by the study of Plotinus. The effect of that study on Bergson was, however, so he has told us, to convince him that the last and greatest effort of the ancient philosophy ended in failure, that if philosophy is to succeed, it must seek out and follow a new way. The concept of change as fundamentally real, of time as the very stuff of reality, is the direct opposite of the Platonic theory of the eternal forms. Identifying myself with the philosophy of change, regarding it as what is most characteristic of the modern spirit, I proceed to inquire what there is in the dominating concept of the medieval mind which may have served to give birth to it. History is continuous. When we view it from within, there are no transitions, no breaks in its flow. When we view it externally, however, it appears as a stream of events in which we mark off very sharply the beginnings and ends of periods. In the history of philosophy, the Old Greek period comes definitely to an end, and the modern period has a definite beginning. The two events are separated by an intervening period, which we describe vaguely as the Middle Age or medieval period, and which, whatever value we assign to it in regard to philosophy, when compared with the Greek and the modern periods, appears emphatically negative. The Middle Age seems to separate the old philosophy from the new, and not in any respect to supply a connecting link. This negative character of the medieval philosophy is the more pronounced by the reason of the quite definite events which we are accustomed to assign as marking the end of the old and the beginning of the new. Greek philosophy, which had developed continuously for more than 1,000 years, died a violent death when Justinian closed the schools of Athens in the year 529, and modern philosophy was literally born and began a new life when Descartes published the Discours de la Méthode in the year 1637. In the years which immediately preceded this new birth, Europe had witnessed the renaissance of classical learning, the Reformation in religion, and the rise of the natural sciences, but philosophy, as we recognize it today, in its special problems, its principles, and its methods, began with Descartes. In the true sense, he is its father. A period, therefore, of over 1,000 years separates ancient and modern philosophy. Two opposite and conflicting views are held today with regard to the philosophy of this middle period. Increasing knowledge has toned down sharp historical judgments and blunted the incisiveness of verdicts. Nevertheless, there are many who still take the view that, in the Middle Ages, philosophy, in the only true meaning of the word, did not and could not exist. Throughout the whole period, according to this view, there is desolation. Philosophy could not exist by reason of the repressive legislation of religion exercising authority over the reason. It was a period, we are told, when the human mind was in bondage, when reason was suppressed, and human life, in consequence, became degraded and sunk in superstition. Gibbon is in large measure responsible for this view, and has given forcible expression to it. Following his account of the suppression of the schools of Athens by Justinian, he says, quote, "The Gothic arms were less fatal to the schools of Athens than the establishment of a new religion, whose ministers superseded the exercise of reason, resolved every question by an article of faith, and condemned the infidel or skeptic to eternal flames. In many a volume of laborious controversy, they exposed the weaknesses of understanding and the corruption of the heart, insulted human nature in the sages of antiquity, and prescribed the spirit of philosophical inquiry, so repugnant to the doctrine, or at least to the temper, of a humble believer." End quote. The irony of the passage has lost its bite, but the view it represents survives. A student representing himself for an honors degree in philosophy in this university is required to know the history of ancient philosophy and the history of modern philosophy from Descartes to Kant, and must have special knowledge of the books of those periods, but medieval philosophy is no part of the course. Were anyone to offer a thesis in it, he would probably be referred to the Department of History or Theology. On the other hand, there are many who can claim to be representative exponents of modern thought who hold that the medieval period, and more particularly the latter part of that period to which the scholastic philosophy belongs, was that in which philosophy in its true meaning, both as a formal science of reasoning and as a material science of metaphysic, ontology, and theology, attained its zenith. In the Catholic universities and seminaries, philosophy, quite distinct from dogmatic theology, is the subject of a long and laborious discipline, and the history and textbooks deal exclusively with the schoolmen. Now, both these views, the view that philosophy in the Middle Ages was non-existent, and the view that only then did philosophy exist, have some truth, for each follows a perfectly consistent definition of the particular nature of philosophy and of its content or subject matter. But there is a third view, which rests on a wholly different and profounder meaning of philosophy. This is the view that the concept, which found expression in the medieval period, which determined the direction of its thought, the bias in its mentality, and the character of its social and political institutions, is a philosophy. Philosophy is not, that is to say, a special principle or a special method, which one may accept and another reject. It is an activity of the mind inherent in the human spirit, its life. In this meaning, philosophy does not exist at one time and not exist at another, for the absence of any particular principle or method is the very presence of another, and therefore the very negation of the principle of one philosophy is itself the affirmation of another. In every period of history, the expression of the life of the period is to be interpreted by the concept which determines the mentality of the period. The idea of a historical revelation and its expression in the institution of an authoritative church is based on a concept of philosophy. The three great periods into which the history of Western civilization is divided, the Greek, the medieval, the modern, are distinguished by their philosophy. In each there is a characteristic outward expression of a concept of the nature of reality, and it dominates the mentality and directs the activity. The dominating concept of the Greek mind is the sovereign supremacy of reason as interpretive of life and nature. The dominating concept of the medieval mind is history as the revelation of meaning and purpose, history as the divine event. The dominating concept of the modern mind is the infallibility of the experimental method, and this is not a mere reassertion of the principle of reason. It is a new thing, giving its characteristic bent to the modern mind. From this standpoint, the view of Gibbon that the new religion, in whose interests the schools of Athens were closed, destroyed philosophy, is seen to be not false, but based on a complete misconception of what philosophy really is. The new religion rested on a pure concept of philosophy. The special character and particular form of expression which distinguished it outwardly from the religions it supplanted were advantageous, but the concept on which it depended was a new concept, and it was that underlying and supporting concept which dominated the medieval mind. We may trace its origin to Hellenistic and Judaistic sources, but as we find it embodied in Christian doctrine, it is a new concept, giving a bent or bias to the human mind, causing it to express itself in forms of activity wholly new, and it is this concept which gives its characteristic feature to the thought of the Middle Ages. Quote, God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir to all things, by whom also he made the worlds. End quote. If we suppress in these words, as we easily can, the special application which the writer intends and is about to make explicitly to the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth, we may read in them the pure concept of philosophy which they express. Stripped of all special reference, that concept is the concept of history itself revealing reality. It is something much profounder than an appeal to the belief in the significance of facts supported by the evidence of records. It is the concept that history is purpose and reveals purpose. The notion of gods, or of one supreme God, was a general notion. The idea that the gods interested themselves in human affairs and occasionally made known their will in particular revelations, was quite familiar. Homer had conceived the Trojan War as having its reflection, and also its deeper causes, in the conflicts of the gods. Herodotus had conceived history on the analogy of a great drama. Thucydides had made history point a political moral. The Hebrew chroniclers had presented history as the expression of the favor or anger of a divine ruler. But here there is a totally different concept, a concept which finds its embodiment in the kingdom of heaven, the city of God, the universal church, the concept of historical revelation. It seems to me that we owe this concept to the Apostle Paul. If we look at Christianity as a philosophy, it is clear that the founder, Jesus himself, belongs to a different category from that in which we place the philosophers. Paul was essentially a philosopher. It is universally acknowledged that he rationalized the new religion to which he was converted, his mind ready prepared in the Greek and Hebrew learning. In my view, Paul did much more than this, and he should be ranked with the great philosophers, with those who, like Plato, like Descartes, like Kant, have given expression to new concepts, concepts which have transformed and reformed the mode of our mentality. There are no doubt other channels by which philosophy entered into the beliefs of the new religion, but it seems to me that Christianity owes its dominating concept, and that which specially stamps it as a philosophy, as something more than a mere rule of life, to the Apostle Paul. Only consider what Christianity would have been without it. There is an instructive parallel in Mohammedanism. Undoubtedly, there is a philosophical concept of the nature of reality underlying alike the Gospel of Mohammed and the Gospel of Jesus, and it is quite a fair comparison to consider the preachers of those Gospels and the founders of those new religions as representing those concepts. Each proclaims himself a prophet sent by God and divinely inspired to reveal to men a new way of life. But compare the religions. Where in Mohammedanism do we find anything like the profound concept which comes to expression in Christianity in the words, "the fullness of time"? The Jesus whom Paul preached was not a prophet who might have appeared at any time, and whose message was indifferent to his particular age. Paul has a completely new concept of history. History is reality manifested, or self-revealing. Without this Pauline concept, Christianity might have been a Sermon on the Mount, a beautiful, possibly a realizable, ideal of life. It would not have been to mankind a new concept of reality dominating its whole mentality. The medieval mind was dominated, then, by a concept which, I maintain, was a pure concept of philosophy, and it found expression in its characteristic institutions, and especially in that of an authoritative church. What, then, was the character of that dominating concept? It cannot be denied that, judged by the philosophy which preceded it, and the philosophy which succeeded it, it presents to us a distinctly negative character. The reason is plain. It holds within it an inherent contradiction. Throughout the whole period of medieval philosophy, we find two factors in continual opposition, a principle of reason and a principle of faith. The whole philosophic effort is an attempt to reconcile them, to justify authority by an appeal to reason in the interest of faith. It ended in failure. It was bound to do so, for the only principle the philosopher could invoke to reconcile the contradiction was the principle of reason of the Greek philosophy, and this principle was itself one of the opposing factors. It is this inherent contradiction in the medieval mind which gives to its philosophy throughout the whole period that negative character which it assumes even in its most enlightened exponents. Credo quae impossibile, credo ut intelligam. These are its watchwords. The Pauline doctrine of justification by faith is the embodiment of the contradiction. The faith to which Paul appealed was not intuition or any form of the mind reconcilable with reason. It was an irrational and an anti-rational principle, and this was the tragedy so far as philosophy is concerned. I maintain, then, that despite the negative character of medieval philosophy and the inherent contradiction with which it had to struggle, despite the fact also that one of the conflicting principles was the principle of reason itself, particularly in the form in which it had found expression in Greek philosophy, the fundamental concept which dominated the thought and activity of the whole medieval period was not anti-philosophical, but a pure concept of philosophy, the concept of history revealing reality. End of section 8. Section 9 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Philosophy, Part 2, by H. Wilden Carr. I want to now direct attention to another significant fact, and one which is vital for the appreciation of what I contend is the essentially modern concept, the concept that reality is change. Every dominating concept creates in the mind a bias or inclination, giving rise to a mode of mentality. We are wholly unconscious of this bias in our own thinking, and only with difficulty become conscious of it if we compare the mentality of one historical period with that of another. An illustration will perhaps make my meaning clear. There is a well-known story of the early days of the Royal Society, which relates that someone appealed to the members to explain why, when a living fish is placed in a bowl of water, the weight is not increased, whereas it is if the fish be dead. It is said that several ingenious explanations were put forward by members of the society, and that Charles II came to hear about it. He was curious to see the experiment, and then it appeared that the weight was increased just the same whether the fish was alive or dead. Now, a story like this makes an immediate appeal to the modern mind. We have a natural bias or bent, which makes us in the search for truth depend primarily and rely absolutely on the experimental method. If we transport ourselves in imagination into the Middle Ages, however, and try to look at nature as the medieval mind conceived it, we see at once that such a story would make no appeal at all. For the medieval mind, the unseen world was full of occult forces. It was peopled with malignant and beneficent spirit agents. The scientific workers were the alchemists and astrologers, a suspect and uncanny folk, and successful experiment depended on the terms the experimenter was on with those spirit agents and forces. The mind naturally directed its attention rather to the experimenter than to the experiment. It was his control of natural occult influences which was supposed to determine the event. But now, if we transport ourselves in imagination to ancient Greece, say to Athens in the 4th century BC, we feel very differently. The Greek mentality seems so like our own that we can easily suppose the story of the Royal Society adapted to the imagery of the time, and told, let us say, by Aristophanes, as having occurred at the Frontiserion of Socrates, described in The Clouds. Yet if we reflect, we shall see that this too is quite impossible. To the Greek mentality, the story would be pointless and its moral irrelevant, but for a different reason. The Greek mentality had a bias which directed the mind from the principle to the fact, and not vice versa. It would have been natural to the Greek philosopher to decide the principle first, as the Fellows of the Royal Society are said to have done, and they would not necessarily or immediately have been disconcerted by the failure of the experiment. I doubt if it would have seemed relevant to the Greek to make the experiment. I'm sure it would not have seemed the primary condition to satisfy. It was not because it did not happen to occur to Aristotle to make experiments like those which Galileo made on the inclined plane and from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, that Aristotle did not forestall by nearly 2,000 years Galileo's discoveries. It would never have occurred to Aristotle to investigate nature in that order, for the bent or bias of his mentality would not allow his mind to take that direction. The Greeks were, indeed, preeminently mathematicians, but mathematics indicates an entirely different direction of thought from that of modern experimental philosophy. I can quite well imagine, for example, that a Greek might have discovered Einstein's principle of relativity. It is exactly the kind of theory which would have appealed with special force to the Greek mind. I am quite sure, however, that if a Greek philosopher had formulated the principle, it would not have occurred to him as the first condition of recommending its acceptance that he should be able to devise some means by which it could be brought to an experimental test. That direction of Einstein's thought is particularly modern. I do not mean that the ancients did not experiment. I do not forget Archimedes and his practical devices. What I refer to is the unqualified confidence which the modern mind has in experiment. No better instance of it can be given than the principle of relativity to which I have referred. This originated in a single experiment, the famous experiment of Michelson and Morley, the result of which was disconcerting, and which appeared also irrational and paradoxical in the highest degree. But the experiment, as a test of truth, was never challenged. The experiment was repeated, indeed, but only to test the conditions and not the authority of the experiment. The medieval mind presents a complete contrast to the modern mind in this respect. Take, as an example, the medieval attitude toward a doctrine like that of the real presence, which filled so preponderating and central a place in the popular imagination as to the nature of the Christian scheme of redemption and the Christian cosmogony generally. I do not refer, of course, to the doctrine itself as a religious dogma, or to its inner meaning or truth, or to any philosophical problem it raises. I refer only to the imagery in which the doctrine presented itself to the medieval mind. Over and over again, we find this taking definite materialistic shape and giving rise to tales of wonderful appearances, tales which claim to verify the actual fact of miracle in its grosser as apart from its spiritual meaning. To us, such claims would immediately challenge laboratory tests. Why did they not to the medieval mind? Surely not on account of sacrilege. To suppose this is to miss the whole point of their claim to be evidence. The reason is that the medieval mind did not work that way. A story is told of St. Thomas Aquinas, which illustrates very markedly the difference between the medieval and the modern mind in regard to what we call evidence. In 1271, 3 years before he died, Aquinas was appointed to the chair of theology at Naples, and the following anecdote, which I quote from Mr. O'Neill's introduction to his Things New and Old in St. Thomas Aquinas, relates to this time. Romanus, to whom Aquinas had but recently resigned the chair of theology at Paris, appeared to him and told him that he was dead and now in heaven. Aquinas immediately asked, "Do acquired habits remain to us in heaven?" Romanus replied that God absorbed all his thoughts. Aquinas then asked, "Do you see him immediately, or by means of some similitude?" To appreciate the mentality thus disclosed, Compare the story with any of the modern stories of communications with the dead, with the famous Honolulu story in Raymond, for example. The medium, professing to be the vehicle of Raymond's communication, uttered the word chosen as a test, there being a practical certainty of the entire absence of collusion. What strikes us at once is how, in the one case, the questions directly concern what the inquirer is eager to know, and reveal an underlying assurance that the answers will themselves provide the evidence or verification. In the other case, the information sought is always trivial, intended only to afford evidence. Modern psychical research is entirely absorbed in the evidential character of alleged communications, and has no use for, and does not look for, intrinsic value in their content. This difference is not to be explained by saying that the Middle Ages were a period of faith, while our modern age is a period of doubt. Faith and doubt are not characteristics of periods. It is a difference in the mental bias, and this bias is formed by the dominating philosophical concept. What, then, was the dominating concept which determined the mentality of the Middle Ages? It found expression in the Christian idea of divine revelation, of a foreordained Redeemer, and of an authoritative church supported by Scripture and tradition. All this, however, was its imaginative clothing, its embodiment. Let us strip off the particular religious beliefs and the particular application to historical personages and events, and we find a concept of history distinct from the ancient concepts, Greek or Semitic, and distinct from and in marked contrast to our modern concept. It is the concept of the whole course of universal human history, not as directed by God, nor as ruled or overruled by divine providence, but as the real work itself which God is in the process of accomplishing. The history to which Paul appealed, and which he intellectualized, was the history recorded in the Hebrew Scriptures. But that is accidental, or at any rate advantageous. Paul knows no other. For him, the Hebrew record is the authentic account of human history, from the creation up to times present. The Jews are the central interest, indeed, but in the same way in which, in medieval cosmogony, Jerusalem is the center of the earth, as in Greek cosmogony, Delphi had been. For Paul, the first man is Adam, through whom came death, and the second Adam is Jesus Christ, through whom has come eternal life. But it is no longer the concept of a creator God who has made man and let him go his way, at times repenting that he has made him, and even despairing of him. We can take away from the concept its entire mythological embodiment, and then we see it is a new concept of history itself. History is the real thing. Not only is purpose revealed in history, but history is the embodiment of purpose. It is this concept which makes the medieval mind present to us so striking a contrast to the old Greek mind and to the modern mind. In the Greeks, we have the domination of mathematical concepts. In the moderns, we have the domination of scientific concepts. Separating these, and presenting the contrast of a direct negation, we have, in the medieval mind, the domination of spiritistic concepts. It affects every domain, not art, religion, and ethics merely, but scientific conceptions. Every physicist is familiar with the very modern hypothesis known as Clerk Maxwell's demon. The famous professor once gave a striking illustration of the way in which a law of nature might conceivably be reversed in its direction. For example, how heat might be made to flow from a cool to a hot body in contradiction to the law of degradation of energy. He supposed that there might be a demon who, without adding to or taking anything from the sources of energy, that is, without creating or destroying physical energy, would simply open or shut a door in the path of an individual molecule. The notion of a demon producing real effects without performing actual work is strange and fantastic to us only because the imagery is unusual, a mixture of medieval and modern conceptions of the nature of causal agency. To the medieval mind, the notion of a demon would have been commonplace. The whole universe was full of such forces, often conceived as playing fantastic and mischievous tricks. Not only the material world, but the mental world, human life and history, was the stage and drama of spirit forces. We smile at what we call the naive and childish ignorance displayed in the notion. To us it is not only pre-scientific, but anti-scientific. This is to fail to understand the mentality. It is a view of nature which follows from the dominating concept that in history reality is revealing itself as an embodiment of universal purpose. When we endeavor to discover, following the same method, what is the dominating concept in our modern period, and inquire further what is the warp or bias it is giving to our mentality, we meet at the outset a formidable difficulty to which we must at least be respectful. We are ourselves subject to the warping influence of the dominating concepts of our own time, and the very principle we invoke warns us that we may ourselves, each individually, be prejudiced by our own particular predilections, and be following our own warped judgment when professing and believing that we are interpreting the modern mind. With this caution kept continually before us, we may proceed. There is, then, characteristic of the modern mind, by universal agreement, the experimental method. This is not what psychologists name the principle of trial and error, nor is it the utilitarian bent in human intellectual nature which enables it to profit by the practical devices which it may invent or discover. It finds expression in the laws of nature in the natural world, and of the unity and uniformity of nature. As a method, it depends on the concept that the behavior of anything, under specified conditions, follows from and reveals the whole nature of the thing, and that consequently sufficient knowledge of the history of anything enables us to predict absolutely how the thing will behave under all conditions. We do not usually attribute this concept to any particular philosopher's insight, or to any individual scientific worker's discovery. We see its origin in the gradual rise and development of positive science, and it appears to be not so much a discovery as an emancipation of the mind. We describe the experimental method as the direct interrogation of reality, and the employment of it seems natural to an enlightened age. It does not seem to us to rest on any concept of reality, and, so far from appearing to warp our mentality, it seems to indicate simple freedom from every kind of warp. Yet reflection will show that beneath this expression of the modern mind there is a distinctive concept, and to me, at least, I am obliged to speak diffidently, for there are many and discordant voices. It is a new concept of time and history. In speaking of a dominating concept finding expression in the modern mind, I am not able to point to any definite formulation of a concept of reality which may be said to be at once recognizable beneath the diverse forms of the modern problem. These concepts do not spring up before us and present themselves in questionable shape. What I have in mind is a tendency rather than a form, a concept vague at first, but which gradually assumes a definite shape as we watch its emergence through a historical development. The experimental method, indeed, is in its nature and origin directly associated by us with a materialistic, or at least with a definitely mechanistic, concept of reality. The first form which modern philosophy assumed when it took shape in the Cartesian system was that of a rigid mechanism, but it contained from the first a principle destined to alter completely that aspect. It is only when we look at the course of philosophical speculation, from Descartes to times present, as one continuous unfolding or development or living evolution, that we are able to discover the true nature of the concept which is dominating it. It is then seen that the whole tendency of modern thought is to pass from a static to a dynamic standpoint. Externally, it is easily explicable by the order in which the natural sciences have had attention concentrated on them and have, consequently, perfected their methods. First, in order to receive attention, are the mathematical and physical sciences, dealing primarily and essentially with spatial relations, and generally with space. It was inevitable that it should be so, first, because the new science is closely associated with the renaissance of the old learning, and secondly, because it is the astronomical discovery, the Copernican revolution, which has overthrown the medieval cosmology. In the first formulation, all reality is conceived in terms of extension and movement is conceived as a fixed quantity and purely mechanical. This determined also the sciences of the organism and of the mind, physiology and psychology, which slowly differentiated themselves. Science remained dominated by the concept of reality as fundamentally spatial. Not until 200 years after Descartes, not until quite close to our present era, did time begin to supplant space as the essential form of what is fundamentally real. It is only in Darwin, and with the rise of the biological sciences, that time and history begin to present the central metaphysical problem. But it is not a kaleidoscopic change. It is a continuous development, quite definite and distinctive in its tendency and direction. One and the same principle is at work from Galileo to Einstein, from Descartes to Bergson. A concept of activity, a concept of reality as creation, a concept of change as real, a concept of life as involving the fundamental reality of time and history, is the dominating concept of the modern mind. One could illustrate it abundantly, but I must be content to indicate it. In every one of the sciences, we have seen a complete revolution in method and standpoint. It is premature, perhaps, to say that the chemists and physicists have now at last abandoned the search for a primordial stuff, but it no longer counts or serves as a necessary hypothetical basis of the universe. It is energy, not stuff, which is interpretive in science. The atoms of modern physics and chemistry are only in name identical with the atoms of the old theory of Democritus, or even with the modern theory of Dalton. The essential doctrine of the philosophy of change is that stability, shape, repetition in nature, the spatial articulation of reality, are derivative and not original. Space is relative to the intellect, and intellect is a mode of activity, the particular function of which is spatialization. The real things which our intellect apprehends are not shapes cut out in a solid matrix, but actions, virtual or carried out, just as for physical science, mass is not the continuous solid, but a function of the trajectories of moving particles. The concept which underlies this philosophy is that history is reality, that the past is present. It is what Bergson has named the true duration. I define, then, the dominating concept of modern thought as the identity of history and reality, the concept of history not as the record of non-existent past, but as the past existing in a creative present. I now come to the question with which I opened. Am I able to answer it? I've tried to show in what the essence of the medieval concept consisted. We may describe it as an anthropocentric concept of history. History is not merely interpretive of human life. It is human life realizing its purpose. Now, in modern thought, I have maintained that the dominating concept is history, but it is no longer anthropocentric. It is no longer the realization of purpose. It is the concept of history as present creative activity. Let us put aside the meaning of history as record, as what has been but is not, and think of history as the essence of what lives, or rather of life. A living thing is its history, and its past is present in its life, and continually creating. This is a new concept. There is nothing resembling it in the old Greek speculation. It is, as I tried to indicate in the beginning, the antithesis of it. Should we have ever reached it, then, had not modern philosophy had as its task not merely to recover the continuity of ancient philosophy, but also to solve the inherent contradiction which the medieval concept presented to it? To give precision and definiteness to this reflection, I will give a historical reference which may illustrate my meaning better than argument. Benedetto Croce has raised to notoriety a neglected philosopher who lived in Naples at the beginning of the 18th century, Giambattista Vico. He was professor of rhetoric in the university of his city, and famous in his day for his erudition, particularly for his knowledge of the old Italian learning. The Cartesian philosophy was then enjoying its full influence, and the intellectual society of Naples was filled with adherents and enthusiastic followers of the new science. By the Cartesian philosophy must be understood not the new method, but the new mechanistic system of vortex movements. Vico vigorously opposed it, but from an altogether different standpoint from that of Locke and Newton in England and Voltaire in France, and by very different arguments. He had no kind of sympathy for these writers, if he was acquainted with their works. His books, now held in honor as one of the classics of Italian philosophy, was named The New Science. The title was ironical. It was directed at the Cartesian philosophy. "Your new science," he said, in effect, "is very old stuff. It is nothing but the old mechanism revived. It is not new. It is only the old arguments and the old ideas of Democritus and Epicurus tricked out in a modern dress, and it is as dead as they are. There is a new science, but that science is not mechanism. It is history." By a science of history, Vico revealed in his work the consciousness of a new principle and a new method. For material, he had the historical records, sacred and profane, and he made a strange mixture of them. He had also the science of language, that is, philology, and the various forms of aesthetic expression. From this material he formed his science of the activity of the human spirit and the development of its expression. The work, despite its flashes of insight, is full of strange notions and fantastic theories, built on Greek and Hebrew legends accepted uncritically, but the idea was fruitful and pointed a new direction. Francesco de Sanctis, a Neapolitan patriot and historian of Italian literature, acknowledged his indebtedness to it, and Croce and Gentile in their philosophy today are continually referring to Vico and insisting, almost with reverence, that he is to be regarded as the first who pointed out the true subject matter and method of modern philosophy. If we follow Croce in holding that the dominating concept in contemporary philosophy is a new meaning of history, a meaning which identifies it with philosophy as pure interpretation of present fact, then we shall see plainly that this concept does not come to us from the Greek philosophy, for it stands in strong contrast to the mathematical mechanism which dominated the Greek mind, and it is not, like the medieval concept, a philosophy of history. It is a new concept, which is, in very truth, a synthesis of the Greek and the medieval concepts, the concept that philosophy is history. What, then, is the concept of the modern period, which dominates our mentality, and which gives us the bias or warp of which we may easily become conscious to trust implicitly and unhesitatingly the experimental method. It is not, like the medieval concept, the idea of purpose accomplishing itself in the unfolding of human history, neither is it the idea of a force or agency, natural or supernatural, expressing itself in and through, and in despite of, a recalcitrant material. Were it only the notion of some matter which has a history, matter the nature of which is independent of, and indifferent to its history, whence would the experimental method derive its cogency? The experimental method is rational only if the thing we conceive is identical with its history. It sounds paradoxical only because we do not at once realize the implications of our ordinary reasoning methods. If there is a stuff unchanged and unaffected by, and indifferent to, what it is doing when we experiment to observe it, why should any amount of experimenting inform us what it is? The modern concept is, then, the idea of an activity, real, in the sense in which life and consciousness are real, continually creating new, unforeseeable forms, and limiting and circumscribing itself in the forms it is creating. This is what we now call the vitalistic concept. I do not claim that it is accepted unchallenged, or that it is unchallengeable. I do claim that it has supplanted, and is supplanting, the old mechanism in every domain of modern life. It is especially remarkable in physical science, where the whole tendency is toward dynamism. The essence of this concept is that the reality of the world is exhausted in its history. History is not what the world has been, but what it is. There is no core which abides and which in some unexplained and inexplicable way gives rise in time to moving shadows, images of itself. In what sense, then, can we say that we owe this modern concept to the philosophy of the Middle Ages? The concept itself supplies the answer. If present fact is history, then the present mentality of our Western civilization is its continuous life. The history of philosophy is not the record of the thoughts which individual men at various times have had about the universe. It is the unity of all thinking in the universal consciousness. Our modern concept is then seen to arise in the process, and as the product of the process, of the life of thought itself. To discover it, and to understand it, we have to penetrate the forms of the mentality of the great periods. It follows also that there is no finality. The modern concept is not emancipation from superstition and mythology. It is change and it is growth, but also it is changing and growing. It presents to us, indeed, a definite form, but it is creating new form. The more deeply we comprehend the dominating concepts of the Greek and medieval periods, the more we understand our own mentality. End of section 9. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 10 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Science, Part 1 by Charles Singer. It is the common opinion that science in the usual modern sense was almost entirely absent in the Middle Ages, and there is much to be said for this verdict. Our scientific system is often regarded as essentially an outgrowth of classical antiquity. Such a view contains but a partial truth, and is due to the circumstance that for 400 years there has been a widespread educational attempt to represent our entire civilization as the continuation of that of Greece and Rome. Not until the 19th century did anyone begin to doubt this estimate. The brothers Grimm were among the first in the field. They proved that folk belief had been largely untouched by the great classical models on which we had sought to shape our political and philosophical systems. Next, the archaeologists demonstrated a whole series of civilizations passing in majestic procession through the ages, a series of which Greece and Rome were but members, and not even the most ancient or the longest lasting. Then the anthropologists and the psychologists brought their contribution and showed how much men of all races and civilizations had in common, independent of the classical culture. And now, coming to the proper subject of our discussion, during the last generation or two there has risen a school of medievalists who are applying a critical spirit to the very copious medieval records and are gradually reconstructing for us a picture of the life of the time, so that we are coming to understand better what our ancestors of the Middle Ages really believed and thought, and whence and how they derived their beliefs and thoughts. However we may define science, it is surely a fact that in medieval times, men had their beliefs and thoughts on the nature of the external universe, and had their own attitude toward phenomena. This attitude we shall describe by the word science in the pages which follow. Its consideration is an integral part of the history of science, a study which is bound to consider the periods of disintegration and deterioration, as well as those of reconstruction and advance. Yet in most histories of science, the Middle Ages are substantially omitted, and the narrative passes almost direct from Greek to modern times. For this state of affairs, medieval scholars are partly responsible in the synthesis of the life of the period which it is their function to construct. The detailed examination of the medieval attitude toward phenomena has had longest to wait. It is indeed only in very recent times that a serious attempt has been made toward a comprehensive examination of medieval science. This has been largely a task of the 20th century and is still very incomplete. In scrutinizing the results of this work, it will be well to make a preliminary examination of the terms we are using. An accurate examination of these terms will lead us some way into our survey of medieval science. What then do we mean by the terms science and Middle Ages? The word science is, of course, derived from scientia, knowledge, a common term of scholastic philosophy. But there are many kinds of knowledge that we should not now call science. Most kinds of knowledge, indeed, are clearly not science. That kind, for instance, that we call knowledge of the world is not science. May science be described as accurate and organized knowledge? I think not, or at least not adequately, though this definition is often used. There is much accurate and organized knowledge that is not science. The election agent, for instance, makes out lists of people who will vote this way or that, and his knowledge is most certainly organized and often wonderfully accurate. But he is not therefore a man of science. The milkman knows accurately how much the law will allow him to dilute his milk, and he has doubtless an organization to defend his action, if needed, but his knowledge is not scientific. What knowledge, then, is it that we call scientific? At once such people occur to our minds as the chemist, the biologist, and the mathematician. But why should these be called men of science, and the title be denied to the equally industrious and more knowing election agent and milkman? I think the answer is that the professor's knowledge is progressive. That is, science is knowledge-making rather than knowledge per se. The adjective formed from science, we may note, is not sciential or scientific, as it should be on the simple etymological rule, but scientific, which means literally knowledge-making, and I seriously doubt if the title science should be applied to any knowledge as such, but should not rather be reserved for the process which makes knowledge. Science, in fact, is a process, a method. It is not a subject, as a few schoolmasters and many parents of school children vainly imagine. Science, the method, may be applied to anything: a language, a school of art, chemicals, religion, a group of plants, a period of history. And it is an error to suppose that it has only to do with horrible smells, diseases, and methods of killing an enemy. Science, then, is the process of making knowledge. It must be admitted at once that in discussing medieval science, we shall encounter little of the knowledge-making process. It is rather with knowledge as such, or supposed knowledge of nature, that we shall have to deal. Let us now turn to the definition of our other term, the Middle Ages. The delimitation of periods is a constant difficulty of historians. It is a problem which all will admit cannot be finally solved, for the human mind does not confine itself within exact secular limits, and the periods of the historian are but a memoria technica, on which to build a more detailed statement of movements and peoples. The Middle Ages would therefore be differently defined according as we should be dealing with politics, with literature, with art, or with science. Yet the historian of medieval science is perhaps more fortunate than his colleagues, in that the principles on which his period is separated from those which precede and those which follow it are relatively clear-cut and simple. We may first consider the terminus a quo of the medieval attitude toward the external world, applying our test of science as the progress of making knowledge. The Middle Ages begin for science at that period when the ancients ceased to make knowledge. Now, ancient science can be clearly traced as an active process up to the second half of the 2nd century of the Christian era. Galen, one of the very greatest, most creative biologists of all times, died A.D. 201. Ptolemy, one of the greatest of the cosmographers, was his contemporary. After Galen and Ptolemy, Greek science flags. Some scientific writings survive from the succeeding generations. Several of these, such as the works of Oribasius, A.D. 325 to 403, are very laborious. Others, such as that of Nemesius, circa 390, show considerable philosophical grasp with some conception of the limits of contemporary knowledge. Both groups exhibit much power of organized arrangement, with some sense of the nature of experiment, yet with very little capacity or desire themselves to appeal to experience. As time goes on, the ancient scientific inspiration dwindles. Mathematics holds out the longest, but with the mathematician Theon of Alexandria, at the end of the 4th century, we part altogether with the impulse of the science of antiquity. Stoicism and Neoplatonism, too, the chief systems of thought of the late empire, are dying and are giving place to that great philosophical and religious movement, the repercussion of which is felt right through the Middle Ages and down to our own time. A standpoint of its great protagonists, Tertullian, 155 to 222, Lactantius, 260 to 340, and above all, St. Jerome, 340 to 420, and St. Augustine, 354 to 430, is outside the department with which we have here to deal, but it was assuredly not conducive to the exact study and record of phenomena. The work of the physician Vindician, circa 400, the friend, countryman, and convert of St. Augustine, represents an expiring flicker of Greek science. More degraded are the medical works of the provincial Christians, Sextus Placidus, circa 400, the Galatian, and Marcellus Empiricus, circa 420, the Gaul. The tradition of Greek scientific method was now utterly gone, and we may fix the commencement of the Middle Ages for science at the end of the 4th or the beginning of the 5th century. The terminus ad quem of medieval science is perhaps less easy to determine. Medievalization, in our view, was a slow process under the action of which the human mind, without consciously increasing the stock of phenomenal knowledge, sank slowly into an increasing ineptitude, but at a certain point reached the nadir and tended again upward. The point of lowest degradation of the human intellect was probably about the 10th century. After this may be discerned a slow ascent. Later, in the 13th and 14th centuries, we encounter considerable extension of natural knowledge. There is still, however, no widespread acceptance of the ancient view that knowledge may be indefinitely extendable, an essential element in any effective doctrine of progress. In this scholastic period, at last appear very few such forward-looking minds as that of Bacon, 1214 to 1294. But these are, as yet, very rare and exceptional. When at last we get to the 15th century, we encounter a larger number of forward-looking thinkers, but they are still isolated. Not until the 16th century is any effort made, at once organized and conscious, to translate into action this newborn hope in the future. If we have to name a year for the endpoint of medieval science, we would select 1543, when appeared two fundamental modern works based on the experimental method, the De Fabrica Corporis Humanae of the Belgian Andreas Vesalius, and the De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium of the Pole Nicholas Copernicus. It is true that for many generations after the time of Vesalius and Copernicus, the characteristic doctrines of the science of the Middle Ages were almost universally taught in the schools, and diffused by literature and art, for instance, displayed in the writings of Shakespeare. But the ideas on which the works of Vesalius and Copernicus had been based again, from now on ever wider hearing. It is also true that for generations before 1543, there was a growing consciousness of the inadequacy of the medieval cosmic system. But that year saw for the first time two published and authoritative works that formally rejected the old view and supplied a new one. For science, then, 1543 is the natural terminus ad quem of the Middle Ages. Now, since the human mind turned on its upward course about the 10th century, and since the process was accelerated during the great scholastic period of the 13th century, and again at the revival of learning of the 14th and 15th centuries, it may be asked, why should we not choose one or other of these dates as the endpoint of the scientific Middle Ages? The 13th century, the great epoch of consolidation of Catholic philosophy, has been selected as one of exceptional enlightenment, and has been specially exalted by those who lay great emphasis on the continuing role of the Church in the development of the intellectual system of our modern world. There are, therefore, some who would place a division in the 13th rather than the 16th century. There are yet others, biased perhaps by the literary training of the classics, who would place the cleavage a little later, say in the second half of the 14th and the first half of the 15th century. They would make the revival of learning, and especially of Greek letters, the basis of the differentiation between medieval and modern. For them, the fall of Constantinople at the hands of the Turks in 1453 forms a convenient separation. Yet to make the great division in the 10th and the 13th or in the 15th century would be, to my mind, a philosophical and historical error, because, with very few exceptions, the point of view of the 11th century encyclopedist, of the 13th century scholastic, and of the 15th century scholar was formally and essentially an effort to return to the past. It was the literature and language of antiquity, the antiquity of the fathers, of the philosophers, or of the poets, that these men sought more or less vainly to revive. Both the clerical and the classical education of our day still bear the trace of these backward-gazing standpoints. It would surely be unjust to deny that there are elements both in our clerical and in our classical education that do not partake of this character, but much of the form in which such studies have been cast is due to a desire to imitate rather than to build. The great Catholic scholastics believed that they were mainly reconstructing the philosophy of Aristotle. Whether they were right or wrong is beside the point for our purpose. Imitation rather than origination was the characteristic mental attitude also of the most enthusiastic scholars during the period that we call the revival of learning. Even the process by which they recovered the ancient texts, though it may be rightly regarded as containing scientific elements, had for its motive the imitation of the past by the present, rather than the modern archaeological aim of the mental reconstruction of the past, with the object of understanding the present. What is true of the literary studies of the Renaissance is just as true of the scientific studies of the period. The recovery of the Greek texts, even if it enlarged the mental horizon, chained men's minds more closely than ever to the past. There is a point, however, at which the gaze of those interested in phenomena, of the physicists, and especially of the physicians, is at last turned away from the past and toward the future. What the philosophical basis of this change may be can hardly be discussed here. I would but briefly state my own belief that the essential bases are the hope in mankind, and its corollary the idea of progress, with which is bound up the idea of the indefinite extendability of knowledge. And I would further claim that this idea is not unconnected with the disturbance in the religious outlook of the period. We may at least say of the two great works that appeared in 1543, that they present a new thing in the thought of the time. They are consciously creative, and their authors are aware of a break with the past and are looking to the future for the development and vindication of their views. The work of Copernicus, though it appeared in 1543, had been prepared many years before. It is therefore much the more conservative of the two. But when the proof sheets were brought to the old man as he lay on his deathbed, he must, I think, have been sufficiently aware that times had changed since he first penned those pages. He must have felt that his outlook, in his 70th year, had greatly changed from that of the classrooms of Bologna and Padua where, as a young man, he discussed with a group of brilliant fellow students the problems of heaven and earth. Very different is the history of the second of these two great early works of modern science. Vesalius, when he produced his magnificently printed and illustrated anatomy, was a vigorous young man of 28. He was in full revolt against tradition, and he saw the situation clearly and saw it whole. He parts definitely with the Middle Ages, and has no use for ancient knowledge, save when he can demonstrate it to be in accord with anatomical details, as he sees them before him. He is every inch a modern. Thus, for effective purposes, we may place the limits of medieval science between the years 400 and 1543. This vast stretch of time is divided by an event of the highest importance for the history of the human intellect. Between the beginning of the 10th and the end of the 12th century, there was a remarkable outburst of intellectual activity in Western Islam. This movement reacted with great effect on Latin Europe, and especially on its scientific views, by means of works translated from Arabic, which gradually reached Christendom. In the light of this great intellectual event, we may divide our scientific Middle Ages into three parts: an earlier Dark Age, an intermediate age of Arabic infiltration and translation, and a later Scholastic Age. During these three periods, the general principles of science hardly change, but the difference in presentment of the material is such that the student of medieval science is seldom in doubt into which category to place any document that may come into his hands. The task of the first medieval period was the conveyance of the remains of the ancient wisdom to later ages. During the closing centuries of the classical decline, the literature that was to be conveyed had been delimited and translated into the only language common to the learned West. We may briefly discuss this classical heritage. The work of Plato, that is least attractive and most obscure to the modern mind, fitted in well with the prevalent views of the Neoplatonists. The commentary on the Timaeus, prepared by Chalcidius in the 3rd century from a translation of Apuleius. In the 2nd, presents the basis of views held throughout the entire Middle Ages on the nature of the universe and of man. Thus, the Timaeus became one of the most influential of all the works of antiquity, and especially it carried the central dogma of medieval science, the doctrine of the macrocosm and microcosm. Of Aristotle, there survived only the categories and the De Interpretatione, translated in the 6th century by Boethius, 480 to 524. A Greek introduction to the categories had been prepared by Porphyry in the 2nd century, and this also was rendered into Latin by Boethius. Thus, the only Aristotelian writings known to the Dark Ages of science were the logical works, and these determined the main extra-theological interest for many centuries. It is a world misfortune that Boethius did not see his way to prepare versions of those works of the peripatetic school that displayed powers of observation. Had a translation of Aristotle's Historia Animalium or De Generationem Animalium survived, or had a Latin version of the works of Theophratus on plants reached the earlier Middle Ages, the whole mental history of the race might have been different. Boethius repaired the omission to some small extent by handing on certain mathematical treatises of his own compilation, the De Estonia Arithmetica, the De Institutionia Musica, and the doubtful Geometrica. These works preserved throughout the darkest centuries some fragment of mathematical knowledge. Thanks to them, we can at least say that during the long degradation of the human intellect, mathematics, the science last to sink with the fall of the Greek intellect, was not dragged down quite so low as the other departments of knowledge. The main gift of Boethius to the world, his De Conscientia Philosophia, which preserves some classical taste and feeling, lies outside our field. A somewhat similar service to that of Boethius was rendered by his approximate contemporaries, Martianus Capella, circa 500, and Macrobius, 395 to 423. The former, in his Satyricon, a work of far less literary value than the masterpiece of Boethius, provided the Dark Age with a complete encyclopedia. The work is divided into 9 books. The first 2 contain an allegory in heavy and clumsy style of the marriage of the god Mercury to the nymph Philology. Of the last 7 books of the work, each contains an account of one of the liberal arts: grammar, dialectic, rhetoric, geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, and music, a classification of studies that was retained throughout the Middle Ages. The section on astronomy has a passage containing a heliocentric view of the universe that had been familiar to certain earlier Greek astronomers. The passage gave rise to no comment in the Middle Ages, but it may have drawn the attention of Copernicus, who quotes Capella. In other respects, the cosmology of Capella, like that of Chalcidius, is Neoplatonic, as is also that of Macrobius, whose commentary on the Somnium Scipionis of Cicero gave rise to some of the most prevalent cosmological conceptions of the first medieval period. End of section 10. Section 11 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Science Part 2 by Charles Singer. In addition to the cosmography, mathematics, and astronomy that could be gleaned from such writings as these, the Dark Age inherited a group of scientific and medical works from the period of classical decline. The most important was the natural history of Pliny, which deeply influenced the early encyclopedists. Very curious and characteristic is a group of later pseudepigrapha, bearing the names of Dioscorides, Hippocrates, and Apuleius, the history of which has not yet been fully investigated. They were probably all prepared between the 4th and 6th centuries. Manuscripts of the pseudo-Apuleian treatise on the virtues of verbs are often beautifully illustrated by miniatures, and examples from every century from the 6th to the 16th have come down to us, showing the most extraordinary constancy of tradition. The Dark Age inherited also certain medical works in translation from Greek. These were prepared between the 5th and 8th centuries, and included treatises of Hippocrates, Dioscorides, Galen, Oribasius, Alexander of Tralles, and Paul of Aegina. A very curious medical survival of this period is a work on embryology for the use of women, translated by the 6th century Marcion from a work of the 2nd century Soranus. This material, then, was the basis of the medieval scientific heritage. Traces of much of it are encountered in De Institutionibus, Divonarnum et Humarum Litterum of Cassiodorus 490 to 585. Perhaps the earliest general writer whose works bear the authentic medieval stamp. The scientific heritage, however, is much more fully displayed in the Origines of Isidore of Seville, a late 6th century work which formed a cyclopedia of all the sciences in the form of an explanation of the terms proper to each. For many centuries, Isidore was very widely read, and the series Isidore 560 to 636, Bede 673 to 735, Alcuin 735 to 804, Raban 786 to 856, all borrow from one another successively, and all from Pliny, may be said to contain the science of the Dark Age. The work of these writers is summarized by the early 11th century writer, Bernthurth, died circa 1020, whose copious commentary on Bede's scientific work may be regarded as the final product of Dark Age science. The only Dark Age writer who deals with cosmological problems in an original way is Erigena, circa 800 to circa 877. But his remarkable genius hardly concerned itself with phenomena, and so we may pass him by, relegating him to the philosophers. With the somewhat belated Berthworth, we part company with the Dark Ages and enter upon a new period, with new forces and new movements at work. The 10th century and those that follow bring us into relation with the wisdom of the East. In these centuries, the relation of East and West with which we are nowadays familiar is reversed. In our time, most Oriental races recognize the value of Western culture and give it the sincerest form of flattery. The Oriental recognizes that with the Occident are science and learning, power and organization of public spirit. But the admitted superiority of the West does not extend to the sphere of religion. The Oriental who gladly accepts the Occidental as his judge, his physician, or his teacher, wholly repudiates and perhaps despises his religion. In the Europe of the 10th, 11th, and 12th century it was far otherwise. The Westerner knew well that Islam held the learning and science of antiquity. His proficiency in arms and administration had been sufficiently well proved. The Occidental belief in them is enshrined in our Semitic word admiral. There was a longing, too, for the intellectual treasures of the East, but the same fear and repugnance to its religion that the East now feels for Western religion. And the Western experienced obstacles in obtaining the desired Oriental learning, analogous to those now encountered by the Eastern in the Occident. The earliest, definitely Oriental influence that we can discern in the Department of Science is the nature of infiltration, rather than direct translation, and the earliest agents of this process, for reasons which we shall presently discuss, appear to have been Jews who had been under Saracen rule. Such influence can first be traced in two works in the Hebrew language by Sabati ben Abraham, 913 to 970, better known as Donolo, a Jew of Otranto, who practiced medicine at Rossano in southern Italy. One of his works is an antidotorium, or book of remedies, and bears slight but definite evidence of her Arabic influence. His other can be dated to the year 946 and is on astrology. It unquestionably draws on Arabic sources and sets forth fully the doctrine of the macrocosm and microcosm. Donolo learned Arabic while a prisoner in Saracen hands. He was taught the language by a Baghdadi, and like Constantine in the next century, he claimed to have studied the sciences of the Greeks, Arabs, Babylonians, and Indians. He traveled in the Italian peninsula in search of learning, and thus must have spread some of his Arabic science. The first Latin document betraying Oriental influence of the type traced in Donolo has only been discovered during the last few years. It is a treatise on astrology, to which the name Alcandrius Alexander is attached. This work has come down to us in but a single manuscript, written about 950 or a little later, probably in southern France. The repeated use of Hebrew equivalents for the names of constellations and planets, and the occasional use of Hebrew script, leave no doubt that it has passed through Jewish hands. The existence of these works of Donolo and Alcandrius enables us to understand the Saracenic influence detected in the mathematical writings of the learned Pope Sylvester II. Gerbert died 1003, who spent some years in northern Spain. Gerbert was, perhaps, among the earliest to introduce the Arabic system of numbering, which slowly replaced the much clumsier Roman system, with its tiresome use of the abacus for simple mathematical processes. He is also believed to have instigated a translation from the Arabic of a work on the astrolabe. Hermann the Cripple, 1013 to 1054, spent his life at the Benedictine Abbey of Ruchau in Switzerland. He wrote certain mathematical and astrological works which were extensively used in the following century by Bernard Sylvestris. There is no evidence that Hermann could read Arabic, and, since he was unable to travel by reason of his infirmity, it is unlikely that he had any opportunity of learning that language. Yet his writings display much Arabic influence, which was almost certainly conveyed to him by wandering scholars of the type of Donolo and Alcandrius. Similar evidence of the somewhat belated influence of what we have called the process of Arabic infiltration is exhibited in the lapidary of Marbod of Anjou, Bishop of Rennes, 1035 to 1123, and in the work on the medicinal use of herbs by Otto of Meun, Abbot of Beaupré. Vasa Floridus, died 1161. The Arabic learning that was thus beginning to trickle through to the West in a much corrupted form was, however, by no means an entirely native Saracen product. It was derived ultimately from Greek work. There was indeed yet one channel by which the original Greek wisdom might still reach Europe. Communication between the West and the Byzantine East was very little in evidence in the centuries with which we are now concerned, but a Greek tradition still lingered in certain southern Italian centers, and especially in Sicily. That island had been part of Magna Graecia, and its dialects bear traces to this very day of the Greek spoken there and in Calabria and Apulia until late medieval times. But the Saracens had begun their attacks on the island as early as the 7th century, and their rule did not cease until the Norman conquest of the 11th century. The Semitic language of the Saracens left the same impression on the island as did their art and architecture, so that between the 10th and 12th centuries, Sicily is a source of both Greek and Arabic learning for Western Europe. One seat of learning felt especially early the influence of the Greco-Arabic culture of Sicily and southern Italy. Salerno, on the Gulf of Naples, possessed something in the nature of a medical school at least as far back as the 9th century. It is clear from surviving manuscripts that, even apart from the Greek language, some traces of ancient Greek medicine lingered widely diffused in Magna Graecia during the centuries that succeeded the downfall of the Western Empire. Such Greek learning as remained was galvanized into life by Saracenic energy in Sicily and southern Italy, and with what we now know of the carrying agents of Arabic culture, it is quite easy to understand the popular tradition that attributes the founding of the great medical school of Salerno to the cooperation of a Greek, an Arab, a Latin, and a Jew. The very earliest Salernitan writings that have survived, such as that of Gariopontus, circa 1050, are, it is true, free of Arabic influence, but from the end of the 11th century, Salernitan material is full of Semitic words, some of which remain in medical nomenclature to this day. A very important agent of this early Arabic revival was Constantine the African, died 1087, a native of Carthage, who came to Italy about the middle of the 11th century. He became a monk at Monte Cassino and spent the rest of his life turning current Arabic medical and scientific works into Latin. In his desire for self-exaltation, he often conceals his sources or gives them inaccurately. His knowledge of both the languages which he was treating was far from thorough, and his translations are wretched. But these versions were very influential, and they remained current in the West long after they had been replaced by the better workmanship of such Toledo students as Gerard of Cremona in the 12th century and Gerard of Sabatonita in the 13th. The earliest Oriental influences that reached the West had thus been brought by foreign agents or carriers, such as Constantine or De Novo. But the desire for knowledge could not be satisfied thus. A movement that was soon to give rise to the universities was shaping itself, and the Western student was beginning to become more curious and more desirous of going to the wellsprings of Eastern wisdom. Yet there was many a lion in the path. The main difficulty was one of language. Arabic was the language of Eastern science and letters, and its idiom was utterly different from the speech of the peoples of Europe. Moreover, its grammar had not yet been reduced to rule in any Latin work, nor could teachers be easily procured. Even in the 13th century we find that Bacon, though he clearly perceived the importance of linguistic study and eagerly sought to unlock the literature of foreign tongues, had still not found the key. He had only time to commence laboriously the grammatical apparatus of the Greek and Hebrew languages. He was still without an Arabic grammar. The only way to learn Arabic was to go to an Arabic-speaking country. Yet this was a dangerous and difficult adventure involving hardship, secrecy, and perhaps adjuration of faith. Moreover, to learn the language at all adequately for rendering scientific treatises into Latin meant a stay of years. The work of translation demanded also some understanding of the subject matter to be translated. There is good evidence that an effective knowledge of this kind was very rarely attained by Westerners, and probably never until the later 12th century, at the period during which Western science begins to draw from Muslim sources. There were only 2 points of contact. These were respectively Spain and Sicily. The conditions in the two were somewhat similar. In the 10th century, the Iberian Peninsula was Moslem, save for the small kingdoms of the Spanish March, Leon, Navarre, and Aragon. Here the grip of Islam had relaxed after a short hold, and this territory remained historically, religiously, racially, and linguistically a part of the Latin West. The Muslim South was ruled from Cordova, which became increasingly Mohammedanized, but at the more northern Toledo, the subject population, though speaking an Arabic patois, remained largely Christian. It was at Toledo that most of the work of transmission took place. It is probable that the process was frequently carried on by the intervention of Jewish students. The 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries, a time of low degradation of the Latin intellect, was the best period of Jewish learning in Spain. Arabic was the natural linguistic medium of these learned Jews, the works of some of whom, as Ibn Gabriel, disguised in Latin works as Avisobron, and Maimonides, known to the scholastics as Rabbi Moses, were themselves rendered into Latin, and formed part of the Eastern heritage won by the translators during those centuries. We can fairly picture to ourselves the very details of the actual process. Piecing are seen together from a variety of documents. An eccentric and restless European student, dissatisfied with the teaching of Paris or Bologna or of Oxford, and attracted by floating stories of the wonders of Arabic learning, arrives at Toledo or Cordova. He has crossed the frontier from the Spanish March, having evaded or bribed the sentries. Perhaps he carries letters from a patron in his native land to an official of the native church. These native dignitaries bear something of the same relation to the governing powers as the Christian Reyes and the late Turkish Empire bore to the ruling powers. All are in a state of nervous subjection, linked together by common instinct and common interest. Even after the Moslem retreat, generations must pass before such men can free themselves from the servile inheritance of ignorance. Our student makes his way to the church or monastery and establishes his credentials. His host can converse with him in Latin, but only with difficulty, for their pronunciations differ greatly. The student has now to be housed with the monastery or family, that he may learn the vernacular of the place. The language that was to develop as Castilian is hardly yet known, for the native Christians have adopted the speech of their conquerors. The vernacular of these Mozarabs is a non-literary patois of mixed Arabic and Latin origin. To acquire facility in this is essential before the task of translation can be thought of. Later, in the 12th century, when the tide had turned and Islam was in retreat, it was occasionally possible for a scholar with a gift for languages, such as Gerard of Cremona, 1114 to 1187, to find a skilled native Christian teacher such as Ibn Ghalib. But in the 10th or 11th century, Christian learning and Christian society in Spain were subject and depressed. Like many modern people similarly placed, these native Christians were attached with the more fanaticism to the religion which held them together, and to the language of their church. A student of an earlier time could find no effective Christian teacher of literary Arabic, while the very sciences which he sought to acquire were suspect as the mark of the infidel and the oppressor. The Jews of Spain of that age, however, though equally subject to the Moslem, had entered with greater spirit into the scientific heritage of Islam, while quite ignorant of Latin, with which they had not the same spiritual link as their Christian fellow subjects. Many of them spoke and wrote the language of science, the literary language of the Koran. Our student, now with some command of the vernacular, makes the acquaintance of a Jew of this type, and arranges a series of meetings with him and with a native clerk who has some knowledge of Latin. The work selected for translation might be in Arabic or Hebrew, but many of the most important Arabic works of science had been turned into the latter language. In either event, it is improbable that the Christian members of the seance could read the Semitic script, or that the Jew could read the Latin. The Jew would then laboriously turn the Hebrew or Arabic text, sentence by sentence, into the vernacular, and the student, aided by his native assistant, would then translate from the vernacular to Latin. Naturally, in this process, many words would be met that could not be rendered either into the vernacular or into the barbarous Latin of the student, who had now long been away from any center of Latin learning. A special difficulty would be encountered with the technical scientific terms. The meaning of some of these might well be imperfectly known to the Jewish translator himself. Such words would simply be carried over in a transliterated Arabic or Hebrew form into the translation, and the early versions are full of these Semitic expressions. The medieval astronomical and medical vocabularies abound in Semitic words, some of which, such as azure, zero, zenith, and nucha, have come down to the speech of our own time. The sort of translation which emerged from this process may be imagined, when it is also remembered that to reach the Arabic from the original Greek, it had already passed through similar stages, probably with Syriac as an intermediary. It would be understood that the first scientific books that reached the West were a wretched travesty of the Greek originals from which they were ultimately derived. Men who may be supposed to have worked in such a way as we have pictured are Adelard of Bath, circa 1100, who visited both Spain and Sicily and who published a compendium of Arabic science, and his pupil John O'Craig, who translated Euclid's Elements from the Arabic. To the same group belongs Michael Scott, 1175 to 1234, who produced versions or abridgments of the biological works of Aristotle. More scientific in their methods were Robert of Chester, circa 1150, who rendered the Koran into Latin and translated works on alchemy and astronomy and the valuable algebra of Al-Khwarizmi, and Alfred the Englishman, circa 1220, who rendered the peripatetic work on plants, and thus preserved for us a fragment of a work of the Aristotelian school that would otherwise be lost. But the greatest of all the translators was Gerard of Cremona, 1114 to 1187, who spent many years at Toledo and obtained a thorough knowledge of Arabic from a native Christian teacher. He and his successor, Gerard of Savionetta, circa 1230, translated into Latin a multitude of works, among them the Almagest of Ptolemy, on which Regional Montes began his work in the 15th century, and the Canon of Avicenna, the most widely read medical treatise that has ever been penned. Contemporary with Gerard of Cremona, and perhaps stimulated by him, were certain native translators, one of whom was Domenico Gonzalez, a Christian who rendered into Latin the Physica and the De Caelo et Mundi of Aristotle, and another Johannes Hispalensis, or Avendeth, a converted Jew who translated, among many other works, the pseudo-Aristotelian treatise Secretum Secretorum Philosophorum, which greatly influenced Roger Bacon, as well as the astronomical works of Masala, which long formed the staple popular account of the system of the world. These all worked in Spain, The Sicilian group was less active. The last translator of Sicilian origin, the Jew Farragut, Faraj ben Salim, Moses Faraji, died 1285, was a student at Salerno, and his works were among the latest of any influence that issued from that ancient seat of learning. These later translators are, however, mainly unimportant, and at the end of the 12th century, we may say that the period of translation was rapidly closing. End of section 11. Section 12 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Science Part 3 by Charles Singer. We have now to turn to the actual material thus conveyed to Latin Christendom. It differed rather in degree than in kind from that of the earlier Dark Age and from that of the Age of Arabian infiltration. The systems differed in the degree to which the logical conclusions from the premises provided were pushed, and in the degree to which each was influenced by certain theological conceptions. In the late classical age, there had developed the Stoic system of thought, which divided with Neoplatonism all the more philosophical minds of the ancient world. This Stoic philosophy assumed that man's fate was determined by an interplay of forces that nature and character of which were, in theory at least, completely knowable. The microcosm, man, reflected the macrocosm, the great world that lay around him. But how and to what extent did he reflect it? In seeking to determine these points, Stoicism and Neoplatonism and the other philosophical systems of the classical twilight gleaned from many sources material which they passed on in a corrupted state to the Latin world. In a somewhat less imperfect form, these materials lingered for centuries in the Byzantine world until, with the great outburst of Islam, they were caught up and elaborated by the Arabic culture. Thus elaborated, they were sent forth a second time to Latin Europe by the process of infiltration and translation. The astrological conceptions of the Stoics and of the later Christian ages drew both on Plato and on Aristotle. The hylozoism of the Timaeus, the doctrine that the universe itself and the matter of which it is composed is living, gave a suggestive outline to the hypothesis of the parallelism of macrocosm and microcosm. But the main details of the hypothesis were drawn from Aristotle, whose views of the structure of the universe were the framework on which the whole of medieval science was built, especially Aristotle's conception of the stars as living things, of a nature higher and nobler than that of any substance or being in the spheres below, was a clear point of departure from which the influence of the heavenly bodies over human destinies might be developed. The changes undergone by physical bodies on the earth below were held to be controlled by parallel movements in the heavens above. Aristotelian theory carried the matter farther. It distinguished the perfect, regular, circular motion of the fixed stars from imperfect, irregular, and linear motion, such as that of the planets. The stars moving regularly in a circle controlled the ordered course of nature. The events that proceeded along regular, manifest, and unalterable rounds, such as those of winter and summer, night and day, growth and decay. The erratic planets governed the less ascertainable group of events that comprise the variable elements in the world around and within us, the happenings that make life the uncertain, hopeful, dangerous, happy thing it is. It was to the ascertainment of the factors governing this kaleidoscope of life that astrology set itself. The broad general happenings were certain. Death in the end was sure, and to the believing Christian, life after it. But there was a great uncertain zone between the sure and the unsure, that might be predicted and perhaps avoided, or, if not avoided, its worst consequences abated. It was to this process of insurance that the astrologer set himself, and his task remained the same throughout the Middle Ages. In this hope, savoir afin de prévoir. The medieval was at one with the modern scientist. The matter is summarized for us by Chaucer. Peradventure in thilke large book, which that men clype the heaven, it written was with stirs, when that he had birth took, that he for love should hand his death, alas. For in the stars, clearer than is glass, is written God wot, whose code it read, the death of every man, withouten dread. But men's wits been so dull, that no wight can well read it all full, the man of Low's tale. There was, however, another relationship which we cannot fully treat here. In all ages there are two prevalent types of mind. The religious type sees that the world cannot be wholly explained, and falls back on supernatural hypotheses. The scientific type prefers to assume that the laws he is able to trace in regions he knows and understands are but a sample of those which govern the universe, in all its unknown parts also, and that if we knew enough, we should be able to trace law everywhere. The type of the scientific intellect is Lucretius, who accepts as a matter of course the control of man's fate by a law which includes even the heavenly bodies. We must, he says, give good account of the things on high, in what way the courses of sun and moon come to be, and by what force all things are governed on earth. He will not allow immortality to the stars, much less to man. All are subject to the same immutable law of generation and corruption. Very different is the attitude of St. Ambrose, who takes no interest in aught but final causes, for whom the very investigation of phenomena seems frivolous and aimless. To discuss the nature and position of the earth, he says, does not help us in our hope of life to come. It is enough to say what Scripture says, that he hung up the earth upon nothing. Job 26:7. Why then argue whether he hung it up in air or upon water, and raise a controversy as to how the thin air could sustain the earth, or why, if upon waters, the earth goes not crashing to the bottom? Not because the earth is in the middle, as if suspended on an even balance, but because the majesty of God constrains it by the law of his will. Does it endure stable upon the unstable and the void? Oxymoron 1:6. Between two such extremes the mind of man has always hovered, and thus hovered the medieval mind. The average man recognizes the reign of law in the smaller events of life, but places all his spiritual and mental life in the hands of God. The average scientifically trained man recognizes the reign of law in higher matters also, but believes in his own free will, and in another will outside of his own, that ultimately governs the higher and greater events of his life. Beyond these two stand the religious mystic on the one hand, and the materialist on the other. The one for whom all the world is but the projection of the will of the Spirit, the other for whom all those elements in our lives, which most men assign to spirit, are but the workings and interaction of the properties of matter. In the earlier Middle Ages, as in the earliest Christian centuries, the world was but God's footstool, and all its phenomena were as little worthy of study as Ambrose held them to be. This sums up the general attitude of the 4th and 5th centuries, set forth by Augustine, who speaks of those impostors whom they style mathematicians, i.e. astrologers, who use no sacrifice nor pray to any spirit for their divinations, which arts Christian and true piety consistently rejects and condemns. By the 6th and 7th century, however, the Church has come to terms with astrology, and Isidore regards it, in part at least, as a legitimate science. He distinguishes, however, between natural and superstitious astrology. The latter is that science which is practiced by the mathematici, who read prophecies in the heavens, and who place the 12 constellations as rulers over the members of man's body and soul, and who predict the nativities and dispositions of men by the courses of the stars. Nevertheless, Isidore accepts many of the conclusions of astrology. He advises the physician to study it, ascribes to the moon an influence over plant and animal life, and control over the humors of man, while he accepts without question the influence of the dog star and of comets. He is followed by the other Dark Age scientists, who each accept a little more astrological doctrine, until finally in such a writer as Burnford, we get the complete scheme. With the advent of the Arabian, learning astrology became the central interest, and remained so until the triumph of the experimental method in the 16th and 17th centuries. We cannot here follow the details of the developed astrological scheme. It is enough for our purpose to have observed that the general material law, which it implies, had become widely accepted in the Middle Ages, and to have traced its passage from antiquity and from the Orient into the thought of the period of which we are treating. There was another fundamental theory of medieval science which, equally with astrology, was inherited from antiquity, and equally with it was reinforced and amplified by the Arabian revival. The doctrine of the 4 elements was conveyed to the Middle Ages by the Aristotelian writings. All matter was held to be made up of 4 essential elements: earth, air, fire, and water. Each of the elements was in its turn compounded of the 4 primary qualities: heat and cold, moistness and dryness, in binary combination. Thus earth was cold and dry, water cold and moist, air hot and moist, and fire hot and dry. Moreover, each element in the macrocosm corresponded to one of 4 imaginary humors in the microcosm. Thus elemental earth corresponded to black bile, elemental water to phlegm, elemental air to red bile, and elemental fire to blood. Now, it must not be imagined that these elements were the substances that we know by the names of earth, water, air, and fire in this world below. The elements are found here only in combination, that is, in their state of mistio, to use the technical medieval expression. Thus the substance water, though it contains a preponderance of the element water, contains also less amounts of the other 3 elements. So the substance air is not pure elemental air, but contains only a preponderance of that element, intermixed with the others. It was usually admitted, however, that the elements were to be found in a pure form in certain regions of the world, though where and how distributed those pure elements might be was a matter of varying opinion. The usual view was something like this: earth, the heaviest, drowsiest, and least aspiring of the elements, naturally tended to the center of the world. It was least likely of all the elements to be found pure because of its drowsiness. On its surface floated material water, and above that was the air, also in the material state in which we breathe it. High up in the air, far beyond the reach of men, were the eternal zones of the stars, both fixed and wandering. But just below these spheres, wherein the celestial bodies dwelt, were 3 concentric zones of the upper and pure elements. These, proceeding outward and in ascending degrees of tenuity, were water, air, sometimes confused with ether, and fire. The watery zone exhibited evidence of its presence by clouds, the waters that God had placed above the firmament. The fiery outermost zone was somehow related to the eternal fire of the heavenly bodies, which lay in a series of concentric spheres around it. In these outer concentric spheres moved the planets, each in its own sphere, and beyond them all was the sphere of the fixed stars, surrounded by the outermost zone of all, the sphere of the prime and mobile. There was a certain amount of variation in the details of the scheme, but a full and characteristic development of it provided for us by such a writer as Dante. A special attention was always paid to the relation of the zodiacal signs to the planets. Each zodiacal sign was held to govern or to have special influence on some region of the body, and each of the planets was held to influence a special organ. The actual relations of zodiacal signs, planets, and bodily parts and organs is set forth in such late Latin writers as Firmicus, Maternus, circa 330, and Avienus, circa 380, and in innumerable Greek texts. This belief, conveyed to the Dark Age, but gradually lost during its course, was brought back again to the West by the Arabs. Nothing is commoner in medieval manuscripts of the scholastic period than a human figure on the various bodily parts, on which are placed the signs of the zodiac, held to control that part. Common, too, and penetrating even to books of hours, are schemes showing the relation of the organs to the 7 planets. The whole system thus became intimately interwoven with the conception of the relation of macrocosm and microcosm. Doctrine of this type received into Europe was stamped with a special form of Western thought. Now, it was characteristic of the medieval Western thinker that he sought always a complete scheme of things. He was not content to separate as we do one department of knowledge or one class of phenomena, and consider it in and by itself. Still less would he have held it a virtue to become a specialist, to limit his outlook to one department with the object of increasing the sum of knowledge in it. His universe, it must be remembered, so far as it was material, was limited. The outer limit was the prime and mobile, and of all within that, he had become provided with a definite scheme. His task, and at first his only task, was to elaborate that scheme in connection with the moral world. To do this was in the first post-Arabian period, the work especially of the mystics. Such writers as Hugh of St. Victor, 1095 to 1141, who drew on the earlier and more vague Arabian rumors, Bernard Sylvestris, circa 1150, who relied on Hermann the Cripple, and Hildegard, 1098 to 1180, who was influenced by Sylvestris and by other Arabicized writings, all produced most elaborate mystical schemes based on the doctrine of macrocosm and microcosm. These schemes took into account the form of the world and of man, as derived from Arabian accounts, and read into each relationship a spiritual meaning. With such an attitude of mind, there could be no ultimate distinction between physical events, moral truths, and spiritual experiences. In their fusion of the internal and external universe, these mystics have much in common with the mystics of all ages. The culmination of the process, so far as our period is concerned, is reached with Dante, 1265 to 1321. But with the 13th century, new currents of thought set in. The Arabian science was at last won. The scientific works of Aristotle were becoming accessible and gradually entering the curriculum. The universities were firmly established, and there were the beginnings of a knowledge of Greek. We are now in the high scholastic period, the appointed task of the great teachers of that period. Alexander of Hales died 1245. Robert Grosseteste died 1253. Albertus Magnus, 1193 to 1280, and St. Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274, was to marshal the new knowledge and to make it more readily accessible. It is remarkable that this process, involving a rapid change and development in the whole mental life of the world, involving, that is to say, progress in fact, did not develop a more passionate and more conscious faith in progress in knowledge. Yet there is little or no evidence of direct observation of nature in the great physical encyclopedias of the 13th century, such as that of Alexander of Neckham, 1157 to 1217, and Vincent de Beauvais, 1190 to 1264, and Bartholomew de Granville, circa 1260. The medieval mind was obsessed with the idea of the mortal world as finite, and therefore completely knowable both in space and in time, so that the motive for detailed research in our modern sense of the word was not present. The task of the writers of those encyclopedias was rather to give a general outline of knowledge in their scheme, to set forth such a survey of the universe as would be in accord with spiritual truth. The framework on which this encyclopedic scheme was built was Aristotle, largely as conveyed by the Arab commentator Averroes. Yet it is an amusing reflection on the incompleteness of all philosophical systems that Albert, who perhaps more than any man was responsible for the scholastic world system, was among the very few medieval writers who were real observers of nature. It is, after all, in the very essence of the human animal to love the world around it and to watch its creatures. Naturam expellis furcatamen usque recurrent. Albert, scholastic of the scholastics, drowned in erudition and the most learned man of his time, has left us evidence in his De Vegetabilis that the scientific spirit was beginning to awake. As an independent botanical observer, he is by no means contemptible, and this element in him marks the new dawn, which we trace better in his successors. Thus the best of the systematizers among the schoolmen were leading on to the direct observation of nature. Contemporary with Albert and Aquinas were several remarkable scholastic writers who formed the earliest group with whom the conscious advancement of knowledge was a permanent interest. These men were the first consciously forward-looking scientific thinkers since the 4th century. The earliest of them was the Pole Whittelow, circa 1250, an acute mathematical investigator whose work was based on a translation of the Arab Al-Hazan. Whittelow knew something of optics and was aware of the action of segments of a crystal sphere as lenses. Contemporary with Whittelow was a very remarkable Franciscan group. There is no stranger and more impressive chapter in the whole history of thought than that of the early history of the Franciscans, within the memory of men who had known the saintly founder of the order, 1181 to 1226, the penitents of Assisi, the friars minor, sworn as junglers of God, to bring Christ cheerfully to the humblest and the meanest, swore to possess nothing, to earn their bread from day to day by the work of their own hands, or at need by begging, forbidden to lay by store or to accumulate capital. This order of humble servants of Christ had produced a series of monumental and scholarly intellects, who, between them, not only initiated what bid fair to be a renaissance of science and letters, but also aided in the formation of the bulwark which long resisted the very movement that thus emanated from the order itself. To both parties the English Franciscan houses contributed an overwhelming share. To the former, or scientific party, as we may call them, belonged Robert Grotesti, Bishop of Lincoln, John Peckham, Archbishop of Canterbury, the elusive Adam Marth, and above all Roger Bacon. To the latter, or theological party, are attached the names of Alexander of Hales, died 1245, Duns Scotus, 1265 to 1308, and William of Ockham, died 1349. End of section 12. Section 13 of Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Medieval Contributions to Modern Civilization. Science, Part 4 by Charles Singer. The primary inspirer of the scientific movement was undoubtedly the great Bishop of Lincoln himself, and its aims are set forth for us by his pupil Roger. Nobody, says Bacon, can attain to proficiency in the science of mathematics by the method hitherto known, unless he devotes to its study 30 or 40 years, as is evident from the case of those who have flourished in those departments of knowledge, such as the Lord Robert of holy memory and Friar Adam Marsh. And that is the reason why so few study that science. Again, there were found some famous men as Robert Bishop of Lincoln and Adam Marsh and some others who knew how by the power of mathematics to unfold the causes of all things and to give a sufficient explanation of human and divine phenomena. And the assurance of this fact is to be found in the writings of those great men, as, for instance, in their works on the impression of the elements, on the rainbow and the comets, on the sphere, and on other questions appertaining both to theology and to natural philosophy. The work of this remarkable group of Franciscans at Oxford extended beyond the sciences to language and literature. There was the beginning of a real renaissance of Greek letters, which died in early death, but the scientific revival lingered on until recalled to life by a second revival of a later century. It may be convenient to have on record a summary of the scientific achievements of Bacon, the greatest of the Franciscan group and the first man of science in the modern sense. 1. He attempted to set forth a system of natural knowledge far in advance of his time. The basis of that system was observation and experiment. He was clearly the first man in modern Europe of whom this can be said. 2. He was the first man in modern Europe to see the need for the accurate study of foreign and ancient languages. He attempted grammars of Greek and Hebrew along definite scientific lines. He also projected a grammar of Arabic. Moreover, he laid down those lines of textual criticism which have only been developed within the last century. 3. He not only expatiated on the experimental method, but was himself an experimenter. The criteria of priority were not then what they are now, but his writings are important in the development of the following sciences. A. Optics. His work on this subject was a textbook for the next 2 centuries. He saw the importance of lenses and concave mirrors, and showed a grasp of mathematical optics. He described a system which is equivalent to a 2-lens apparatus, and there is trustworthy evidence that he actually used a compound system of lenses equivalent to a telescope. B. Astronomy was Bacon's perpetual interest. He spent the best part of 20 years in the construction of astronomical tables. His letter to the Pope in favor of the correction of the calendar, though unsuccessful in his own days, was borrowed and reborrowed and finally, at third hand, produced the Gregorian correction. C. Geography. He was the first geographer of the Middle Ages. He gave a systematic description of Europe, Asia, and parts of Africa. He collected first-hand evidence from travelers in all these continents. His arguments as to the size and sphericity of the earth were among those that influenced Columbus. D. Mechanical science. Suggestions by him include the automatic propulsion of vehicles and vessels. He records the working out of a plan for a flying machine. C. Chemistry. The chemical knowledge of his time was systematized in his tracts. His description of the composition and manufacture of gunpowder is the earliest that has reached us. It is clear that he had worked out for himself some of the chemistry of the subject. F. Mathematics. His insistence on the supreme value of mathematics as a foundation for education recalls the attitude of Plato. It was an insistence that the method of thought was at least as important as its content. Summed up, his legacy to thought may be regarded as accuracy of method, criticism of authority, and reliance on experiment, the pillars of modern science. The interest taken in Roger Bacon's works was continuous. Friar Thomas Bungay, whom ancient tradition associates with Bacon, was the 10th lector to the friars at Oxford. John Peckham, the 11th lector, studied mathematics and optics under Bacon, and was first attracted and finally repelled by his astrological theories. William Herbert, who afterward became lector at Oxford, was at Paris about the time of Bacon's death, and diligently collected manuscripts of his works for the friary at Hereford. Before the end of the 13th century, attempts were made to edit Bacon by collecting together passages from his writings bearing on the same or kindred subjects. Pierre Dubois recommended the study of his mathematical work at the beginning of the 14th century. The large number of manuscripts of his Perspectiva, or optics, still existing, some of them school copies, and references to it in disputations at Oxford, show that the work was studied and regarded as authoritative in the 14th and 15th centuries. But his influence extended beyond the Middle Ages. Through Pierre Daly and the Imago Mundi, Bacon reaches out his hand to Columbus through Paul of Middelburg, 1445 to 1534, and the reform of the calendar of Copernicus. A.G. Little. Bacon was not an isolated phenomenon, but an important link in the chain of scientific development. But during the century after Bacon, though his mathematical and philosophical works were still studied in the schools, the greatest advances were rather among the physicians, of whom the last half of the 13th and the first half of the 14th century exhibit an especially brilliant group. Bologna had possessed a medical school since the 12th century and had inherited the learning of Salerno. At Bologna had worked Hugh of Lucca, died 1252, and his son or pupil Theodoric, 1206 to 1298. Here, after Salerno, surgery may be said to have been born again with the practice of Roland of Parma, circa 1250, the successor and faithful follower of Roger of Salerno. Here, above all, William of Salicito, 1201 to 1280, established a practical method of anatomization, which was inherited by Modino de Luzzi, 1276 to 1328, whose work became the general anatomical textbook of the later Middle Ages. The medical school of Montpellier was now coming to the fore, and here practiced one of the most remarkable personalities of medieval medicine, Arnold of Villanova, 1235 to 1313, was not only one of the earliest exponents of the Hippocratic method of observing and carefully recording symptoms of actual cases of disease, but he also deeply influenced alchemy. Even more remarkable and more modern in his outlook was the heretical Peter of Abano, 1250 to 1320. He had a knowledge of Greek, but the chief philosophical influence under which he came was that of the Spanish Arab Arevos, whose doctrine of the infinite extension of the universe gave a better background to a progressive outlook than the more prevalent medieval view. Peter's greatest and best-known work, The Conciliator, expresses his mediation between the now commencing humanistic Greek school and the Arabists. Among his views most worthy record may be mentioned his statements that the air has weight, that the brain is the source of the nerves and the heart of the vessels, all ideas that at his time were new. He made a remarkably accurate measure of the length of the year as 365 days, 6 hours, 4 minutes. The second half of the 14th century, in part owing to the prevalence of epidemics, and notably of the Black Death, shows a distinct falling off in the advance. In medicine, the most noteworthy name is that of Guy de Chauliac of Montpellier, 1300 to 1370, perhaps the most influential of all the medieval surgeons. Outside the ranks of the physicians, perhaps the most remarkable figure in 14th century science is the French Jewish philosopher Levi ben Gerson, 1288 to 1344. His work as astronomer was important as illustrating the consciousness of a growing discontent with the Ptolemaic system of the universe. With the 15th century, discontent with the entire medieval scientific scheme becomes more obvious, and there is a real attempt to adjust theory by means of experiment. The turning point is provided by the work of Nicholas of Cusa, 1401 to 1464, who became a cardinal and made a fruitless attempt to reform the calendar. The philosophical basis of his experimental bias is set forth in his book, De Docta Ignorantia, which has nothing to do with the absurdity of erudition, as its name might be thought to imply, but concerns itself with acknowledged ignorance, i.e., with the inability of the human mind to conceive the absolute or infinite. His theoretical views led him to a belief that the earth is moving, though he attained to no genuine heliocentric theory. He is a real experimenter, and he records a careful experiment on a growing plant, afterward pirated by the 17th century writer Van Helmont, proving that it does absorb something of weight from the air. This is the first biological experiment of modern times, and incidentally the first formal proof that the air has weight. Beginning with Nicholas of Cusa, we may watch the Middle Ages branch out into the Renaissance period. In philosophy, Nicholas reaches out through Pomponazzi and Ramus to Francis Bacon and Descartes, in his conceptions of the nature of matter, through Paracelsus to the dawn of modern chemistry, in astronomy through Purbach, Regiomontanus, and Paul at Middelburg to Copernicus. By the work of such men as these, the whole fabric of the medieval teaching of the macrocosm was gradually torn to shreds. The history of the process from this stage onward is not very complex. Anatomy had been systematically studied in the university since the 13th century. By the end of the 15th, it was common for artists and physicians to have had some experience of dissection, and the genius of Leonardo was only working on a subject of general study. With the dawn of the 16th century, anatomy was a recognized subject of investigation, as well as of teaching, and the achievement of Vesalius, vast though it was, differed from that of his predecessors in exactness, completeness, and independence, but not in its fundamental character. By 1543, it was as difficult for an anatomist to trace in the lineaments of the viscera the impress of the heavenly bodies as it was for the astronomer to believe that the heavens were foreshadowed in the anatomy of the body of man. Chart: Chronology of Medieval Science, the Classical Twilight. Latins, Greeks, Ptolemy, Soranus, Galen. Fathers: 200. Latins, Apuleius, Porphyry, Chalcidius. Fathers: Tertullian, Lactantius. 300. Latins, Pseudo, Dioscorides, Hippocrates, Apuleius. Firmicus, Ventitian, Avianus. Greeks: Oribatius, Nemesius, Theon. Fathers: Baptism of Constantine, Ambrose, Jerome, Augustine. 400. The Dark Ages. Latins: Martinus Capella, Macrobius, Sextus Placidus, Marcellus Imperius. 500. Latins: Motion, Boethius, Cassiodorus. Greeks: Alexander of Tralles. Fathers: Gregory the Great. 600. Latins: Isidore. Greeks: Paul of Aegina. 700. Latins: Bede Alcuin. 800. Latins: Raban, Perugina. 900. Latins: Bernfurth, Gariopontus, and other early Salernitans. Age of Arabian infiltration. First Arabian impact. Donalo, Alexandrius, Gerbert. 1000. Latin's translators, Constantine Adelard O'Cray. Greeks, Herman the Cripple, later Solernitans. Marbod, Odo of Meun. 1100 Scholastic Age, experimenters. Latin, Avendith Gonzalez. Robert of Chester, Gerard of Cremona, Michael Scott. Fathers, translators, Hugh of St. Victor, Bernard Sylvestris, Hildegard, Alexander of Neckham. 1200. Latins, Gerard of Sablianeta, Alfred the Englishman, Farragut. Woodville, Adam Marsh, Roger Bacon, Peckham, William of Solicito, Theodoric. Translators, Alexander of Hales, Albert Aquinas, Grotesti Vincent Beauvais, Bartholomew de Gravale. 1300. Experimenters, Arnold Modena, Peter of Albano, Levi Ben Gerson, Guy de Chauliac. 1400. Experimenters, Nicholas of Cuba, Purbeck Regiomontanus, Pope Bonazzi, Leonardo. 1500. Experimenters, Paracelsus, Copernicus, Vesalius. End of chart. In theology, too, the vociferous insistence of both religious parties on the divine origin of their doctrines implied an independence of the spiritual from the material universe that would have been incomprehensible to the mystics of the 12th and 13th centuries. The material world had ceased to have its whole spiritual significance and was become the acknowledged dwelling place of laws, discoverable but not discovered. As the proof sheets of De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium fell fluttering to the ground from the dying hand of Copernicus, something more than his great spirit had gone from the world. The whole system of medieval science was no more. Charles Singer. End of section 13.